Alrighty, the stream is live. Welcome to another run presented by Runner Hub. This is Thimblerig. I will be your GM. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome, all you.
Alrighty, so everybody was contacted by their fixer and was told that you guys are meeting at the Seattle Art Museum for the opening of an exhibit and to make sure that you dress a little bit nicer. Those of you who took the time to look up, public information about this will know that this is a invite-only event. It's for upper middle class to lower high class type people, so you need to dress nice, but khakis and a polo shirt would probably not go amiss. There will be some artsy types which probably won't be dressed quite so nice, but, well, they'll be the artists, so they're special anyways. Everybody has already done their pre-game purchases, I believe, and we are ready to get going. So what are you guys going to do on the day of the run? The opening's going to be about 4 in the afternoon.
Do we know the time of the meet itself?
You were just told to be there for the opening, and you would be contacted there by the Johnson. All of you were given invites to get in the door, so you don't have to do anything of that nature unless you decide to go around the invite. Sneak in the back door, whatever. It's up to you.
Should we go left to right then, starting with me?
Sounds like a plan. Valkanna, go ahead and start us off.
Val's going to be dressed in a fancy London's best Burrick suit. Fairly boring, but it's nice looking. Got a disguise up, so she's got nice brown hair at the moment. Hopefully won't stand her out too much. Head in there in a fairly boring America, but it's not some beat-up bit of trash, so it'll do. Aiming to get there about half hour early. Park half block down the street so I can see who's coming and going before heading to the door 5 minutes before entrance.
Alright, well, when you get there, there is not even a person. It is just a little reader that when you wave your AR ticket across it, it goes accepted and the door opens for you. Ishtar.
Ishtar will be coming in a rather simple but elegant black dress. She is keeping her hair nice and long and purple, but pulling it back so it's not doing anything too fancy. It's just bright and stands out, wearing some glasses and trying to look like a upper class arty student. And if the rest of the museum is open, she'll probably head there a couple hours early to wander around the rest of the museum before heading to the meet.
The museum is closed to the general public for the day. However, your ticket will allow you to step inside. Looks like you're not the only one who came in early to look at the other exhibits before the opening. There is one wing that is closed off with a velvet red robe. It's nothing that's actually going to keep people out, but it's more of a please wait.
All right. Yeah, I'll just walk around and kill some time wandering through the rest of the museum and see if I can find any other information about exactly what this exhibit we're supposed to be going to is about.
The exhibit you guys are that they are waiting to open is an exhibit that is focused on the Caribbeans during the 1650s to the 1730s, which, do you have history knowledge?
I do.
Well, then roll me a history knowledge.
I assume it doesn't apply to the tier.
No, not the tier. From when you were, in all of your fancy schooling and whatnot, that this is probably going to be talking about the golden age of piracy. They were known for taking all sorts of valuable pieces of art of all sorts of types because that's what pirates did. And they're probably going to be showing some of the exhibits or some of the pieces that they've recovered.
I'm suddenly much more excited for this art.
Okay. I'm really horrible with how to pronounce that word. So, Mem?
You won't be the
Do you
first one.
like me to tell you?
Say again?
Would you like me to tell you how to pronounce her name?
Yes.
It's Mnemosyne.
Okay. Mnemosyne.
Perfect.
What time are you planning on showing up? What are you dressed as, etc. and so forth?
Okay, so earlier I got 2 successes on a fashion roll.
So you
And I was
have a
wondering-
pretty good idea of what you need to be wearing in terms of,
Yes.
what not to wear
Wait.
anyways.
Would an Armante dress be too much?
Oh no, there will definitely be people wearing Armante dresses. Most of them will be the people who are showing up to try to, appear like they're more important than the commoners that they're around, but it won't be uncommon.
Okay. So, in the meantime, Muse and Mnemosyne have put on disguises. Mnemosyne will put on an Armante dress and will take a Johnny Cab to the meet.
Alrighty, how early are you planning on showing up, or are you just showing up at the time of the opening?
Yeah, about the time of the opening, maybe slightly late, depending on traffic.
Okay, Johnny Cab is pretty on the spot.
Then it'll be dead on time.
Awesome, and you live downtown anyway, so it will definitely
Yes.
not be an issue getting there.
Awesome.
Alright, Muse.
Right. Muse is coming also from downtown, and has probably met up with Mnemosyne ahead of time, but they're going to be arriving separately. Muse has a bunch of knowledge skills pertaining to this, including art knowledge and high society. If there's any hidden information that you think might be interesting or useful, I've rolled those out there. And yeah, I guess she will be dressing in also an Armante dress, perhaps one that matches Mnemosyne's, although their disguises are not matching. And we'll be showing up, let's say 5 minutes ahead of time. Also taking Johnny Cab.
Okay, I am looking at your sheet, and I am not seeing Armante. Oh, never mind, I just found it. Ignore me.
Yeah, I have too many. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just skipped right over the Armante dress and saw the Zoe Executive and Zoe Second Skin and all that. Alright, so you two are showing up in Armante dresses, looking fantabulous, turning heads as you show up. Ishtar, you said you were there a couple hours early and walking around.
Yep.
Give me some perception audio checks.
All right.
And Valkanna with a art knowledge soft, yes, you can pretend to know what's going on. Okay, there are a lot of people. There is a mishmash of people continuously, more and more as it gets closer to the opening. By the time the opening rolls around, it looks like there's about between 2 and 3 dozen people meandering around the area in front of the rope. Seems like they're anxious to be able to see what's inside. You know, you pick up a couple of words in Sparethial. You hear people talking about the exhibit and what they're hoping to see, what they obvious rumors about what they the awakened status of all of the artifacts that you're going to see, because, well, that's what people always want to talk about. But nothing really important. You hear a couple people saying that they can't wait to get out of this dreary city and return north. But nothing super fantastic.
Okay.
Alright, so all of you are... Okay, are you guys showing up together?
Yeah, we changed our mind. Sorry.
Okay, not a problem. You guys are showing up together with matching disguises then?
I guess so.
Alright, arriving together in matching disguises, in matching Armante dresses. You guys
Yeah.
are definitely turning heads, because, well, that's just not common, but people are approving. Alright,
Right.
so there is a troll that approaches the red velvet rope, and it's probably more of a Fermian. He looks like he's a little bit smaller and a little bit, less wrinkled and rough than the typical troll. And he smiles at everybody. He's like, well, thank you for joining us. I will be allowing everybody in, and then we can begin this afternoon's and this evening's festivities. And with that, he unclasps the little clip on the rope and moves it out of the way and motions for people to enter.
Right, in we go.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have a check out the crowd a bit, see who's around.
There is, like I said, a hodgepodge. Most people are wearing, nice dresses, at least a sports coat. You see a couple of people, like I said, that are not quite as well off, but they're still at least middle class that, put effort into what they're wearing. You see a couple of artists that are probably new age artists that are, sneering a little bit at this old, outdated artwork type stuff. Their wing is one that Ishtar would have seen, the VR art and everything of that nature. There's only, a handful of the, ugly meta variants, one of which seems to be the host. There's quite a few elves around. Most of them are being rude and speaking Sparethial, so what they're talking about is anyone's guess.
Yeah, it definitely is. That's something I really should pick up.
There are a couple of people that are wearing dresses that are, very similar to the ones that Nim and Muse are wearing, but none of them seem to be matching or armored, though, with the Armante line, it is very difficult to tell.
Fancy.
Okay, does anybody have street cred that would allow Valkanna to recognize you with 2 hits?
She makes a perception test.
I got 6 successes on the perception.
Oh. Okay. Well then, Yeah, 9 street cred is Muse's, so you might. And the fact that she's, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if well, whatever. Anyway. The person she's with might be also recognizable, seeing as how they're identical twins.
Yeah. I don't believe that 9 street cred is enough, or 2 hits on Shadow to know 9 street cred. There we go. So, no, but if anybody's packing, he might have noticed that. I don't know whether
No.
they are or not. Ishtar, are you carrying anything?
If I'm carrying anything, it would be a taser in my handbag.
Okay, then Valkanna, you're seeing typical security type people, but the bulge is lumpy, which is indicative of tasers, because this is a high class event and they're in downtown, which means they're like right around the corner from KE Station. They're okay.
Yeah. And art museum's not going to want lead flying around.
Exactly. Lead is bad. Very, very bad. Okay, Valkanna, I forgot to ask you, are you carrying anything?
No. It's risky, but I don't want to make a fuss if the guard spots me. So.
Alright, well, there's a small raised dais at one end that, the troll that released the red velvet rope approaches and does a small speech explaining some of the different artifacts and pieces of art and where they originated from and who stole them and when they stole them and when they were recovered, and good history lesson. There's some pretty pieces of art, some small sculptures from various corners of the world, just a wide variety of things. They're all in their glass containers and whatnot with the obvious security measures that please don't touch type things. After he gets done speaking, waiters come through with hors d'oeuvres, on trays with glasses of champagne, and people can talk and discuss the different pieces. The 4 of you all at the same time receive a D&I request.
By the way, is there oh, okay, people are accepting the DNA. Okay. Is there a knowledge skill that I could roll to tell what kind of astral security would be in museum?
Do you have any security knowledges?
Just art. It's the only thing I have that might be relevant.
Art at a -4 might get you something.
All right. Let's try it. Hey, that could have been worse.
It's not a glitch at least. You know that most likely all of the paintings have this is stuff that you would know because you're a Shadowrunner and you have an interest in art. Any portraits are going to have a laser grid like right in front of them, like a 1/4 of an inch. That way, if somebody tries to touch them, it sets off all sorts of alarms. All of the glass has shadow alarms on it.
Anything astral though?
Oh, astral.
Yeah.
They probably will have a guardian spirit roaming around just to make sure that they don't have trespassers who will notify somebody if he sees anything. They probably don't have an active, aggressive matrix presence or astral presence right now because, well, they're downtown and they're right around the corner from KE.
Right. Okay. I'm just thinking if I cast increased charisma or something, is that going to set off alarms?
You had already cast increased intuition, correct?
I had, yeah. I would have probably dropped it after sustaining the spell, so I didn't say so, but
Well, if you were still sustaining it, nobody said anything when you entered.
okay. It's probably fine then.
Generally speaking, as long as you're not doing anything that could potentially cause damage to any of the artifacts present, security's not going to be jumping down your throat, because this is a mixed crowd. I mean, there is a wing of the museum that is dedicated to astral artwork,
Okay.
which is very rarely visited because there's, well, not a lot of people that are capable of seeing and enjoying it.
Maybe some free spirits. Although I guess they don't have you cast sins. Anyway, so I guess we've all accepted the D9 call.
Yes.
Okay, you receive a message over the DNI. It's from a Mr. J. So obviously, whoever it is has figured out who you are, probably because he gave you your tickets, and asks you to go visit the astral exhibit.
Ah, of course.
Would I see many hidden icons on this matrix perception check?
There are a couple of people that have, a second comm link that they have hidden, probably for their mistress or the pool boy or whatever. There's the security guards that are obvious. Their equipment is running silent. Just, standard matter of operating procedure, but they don't seem to be too worried about it. Overall, security right now looks rather light.
Okay, so are we all making our way over to the astral exhibit then? Yeah, looks like it.
Yep. Alright, when you get to the astral exhibit, the small troll / Formian that you saw give, the introduction speeches and whatnot over in the other exhibit is standing there, and he is next to an elf, who they both seem to be staring off into the nothingness. Whether they're actually seeing anything or not is up for, you guys to decide. Is anybody going to speak to them?
I guess first I'll check and see if they're astrally perceiving, which I assume they are.
The elf is.
Okay. The elf is and the other guy isn't?
The troll
He's faking it.
is not awakened.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, in that case, I will probably, I don't know which one would be worse as far as facial profiling, but I will approach the troll probably, since I guess when you're in astral perception you can't hear or something. But
Oh, you can still hear.
okay,
When you're perceiving, you can still. It's when you're projecting that you can't hear what's happening in that space.
okay, all right. Then I will bug the troll. I'll just walk up to him and see if he reacts just to the footsteps. I'm not trying to be stealthy or anything. If not, then I'll say, hello, are you the one who called?
The click of your heels is enough to cause him to turn around, and he is smiling. And he seems quite pleased to see the four of you. And when the elf doesn't turn around, he rolls his eyes a little bit and nudges him with an elbow, and the elf, quits astrally perceiving and turns around to look at the four of you. There is a muttering under his breath in Sparethiel. Anybody who understands Sparethiel is going to understand it as, why must I be here for this nonsense type of, intonement. He just doesn't seem to see the need for himself to be involved. Yes, thank you, my four new associates. My name is, Johnson, Mr. Johnson, or if you prefer, Curator Johnson. This obviously does not match the, name that he gave, at the beginning when he introduced himself for the speech. I didn't make up a name, so you guys can pretend it was whatever you wish. I have, need of something that is in the other room to go away. I have a friend here who would like to acquire it, and he motions to the elf standing next to him. The elf is very much, with that, I am better than you, I shouldn't have to deal with you non-tier troglodytes type look on his face. Ishtar, you have, tier background, correct?
I have a tier sin.
You would recognize the accent and the just general mannerisms as somebody from the tier, and very, very high on the social rankings of the tier.
I have no nothing I could roll that would help me figure out if I could actually know who he is.
Do you have any area knowledge for the tier?
Not anymore. I deleted that because I needed a point for somewhere else. Can I default on area knowledge of the tier?
You're from up there. You have a sim from up there, so yes, I will let you default on it.
Nope.
Nope, and you were 1-1 away from a crit glitch, so, fortunately, nothing bad happens, but you just have no idea who he is, but you recognize the accent as being from up there, and, his general demeanor is that of somebody who is not used to having to deal with peons and peasants. So, as I was saying, I believe that the four of you can help accommodate our transaction.
What seems to be the major roadblocks? Is it an issue of exportation? Is it an issue with the ownership rights of the property?
You see, technically, the museum owns things, and we're not supposed to sell things for personal profit, and it's all
right,
wrapped
okay.
up in legalese, and it's just so problematic when I have a good friend here who appreciates the art and would love to have it for his own collection, and I see no reason why I should deny him.
Of course. It's a very the bureaucracy can get in the way of people getting what they want. It's just so inefficient and so
Troublesome?
troublesome. Yeah, there you go. So, all right. Let's see. What I suppose we'll need a finder's fee as usual. Did you? What was the price range that you had in mind?
Well, I believe that considering, the security of the location and the number of you involved and the small size of the item that needs to be acquired, I believe 16,000 for each of you is more than enough.
I'll nod slowly and look at the others. Let's see. What is the security rating of this zone that we're in?
You guys are in downtown. It
Okay,
is
so
very
probably
much
AAA.
AAA.
Okay, so I'll mention that. On the other hand, the security of the actual location is pretty light, but on the other hand, the general security of the area is relatively high. We can take measures to prevent the police from needing to get involved, but in the event of there's always the possibility of escalation. So if that were to happen, then there would the security of the area rather than just the particular location would become an issue. Not to mention, actually, that's all I can think of. But I don't know. It's a fairly reasonable amount. Surely it's merely a rounding error on the amount that's actually being paid for the item. I don't know. Do you want me to roll negotiation or?
And do you need this quickly, or do we have several days to look over things?
Oh, good point.
Well, the exhibit is opening today, obviously, and will be closing in 2 weeks' time, and it needs to be done before the close of the exhibit because it would just be better if it's done before they start packing things.
Of course. Is the security of the museum normally higher than it is for this event, or is it actually higher for this event than it normally would be?
Depends on the time of the day. During the day, and during events, security is typically lowered because there's plenty of people who can notify our friendly knights around the corner, and they can be here rapid response.
Right.
During the evenings, after the doors are locked, security does go up in manpower.
Right. So it is a little bit. There's sort of a trade-off. The risk is never totally mitigated. So I don't know. Anyway, so there we go.
I'll look at the elf and in my best Sparatial just say, and I suppose that it wouldn't be untoward to ask for a nice bonus. The faster and more discreetly we could get this for you.
There we go.
That way you can always just leave and go back to our homeland, which is so much nicer than Seattle. I miss the days that don't rain.
Is that gunning for an assist roll there, or?
That's
yes, it is.
Well, fortunately, this isn't leadership or etiquette.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it is. I'm very happy for that.
Is your dice pool not as good for those, or?
No, my social stress is etiquette,
Oh,
or
oh, I see.
L's from the tier, and things that remind me of the tier.
Oh, I see.
Which, by the way, there's lots of things besides just the elf that remind you of the tier because, well, it's an art museum.
Yeah. I guess it would do that, wouldn't it? Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay. There we go.
So, between the two of you, let's see what kind of negotiation dice Muse can throw.
All right. Here we are. And should I bother edging that? I don't know if that's if you would consider that to be rude.
That is completely up to you.
Okay,
What's your
I will
limit?
spend it then.
Yeah, what's your limit?
Well, with the doesn't the Armonte affect it? No, I guess not. Hang on.
+2 from the
+2,
Armonte
okay.
dress.
Armonte
So it should
is
be-
+2 to your limit.
It should be limit 10 then. So there, limit 10.
Alrighty.
Unless you consider this to be a situation involving trust, but well, you know.
No, this is not trust. This is very much contract and hard business.
Yep.
He, furrows his large brow for a moment. And, there seems to be a quick D&I conversation between the two of them, before the, troll nods. Well, I think that we can, come to an agreement. How about, we make it 24,000?
Oh. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's more. I feel that's more appropriate. Thank you. And then I'll nod to show that I agree to the job. Everyone else?
Is
And
anybody
Mnemosyne will
going to...
nod and say that's more than fair.
That's acceptable.
Acceptable. Excuse me.
As per normal, I would greatly appreciate if you didn't destroy any of the other priceless artifacts around here.
Oh, of course.
That would...
It goes without saying.
Yes, well, I've seen some of your exploits
Yeah.
on the news, whether they were yours or others in your line of work, and I'd rather those not happen here. Those shenanigans
I
not take
understand.
place here.
Hmm.
And,
I don't fault you for wanting to clarify.
yes. Glad that we understand each other. Alright.
And which item in particular?
Yeah, we should probably.
There
yeah.
is an ARO that pops up. It is a spyglass.
Oh.
Looks like it was originally Spanish. It's rather ornate, probably given to a captain. You'd have to go actually view it to read its plaque and get all the details on it. But it gives you the location of where in the museum it is, in the ARO. And he's like, it is not very large. It is delicate. Please don't break it. That would lower my interest in compensating you for your time.
Understandably.
You all receive a confirmation ping that funds have been transferred into an escrow account.
Excellent.
Oh.
Your negotiation roll was well enough that he is going to do that voluntarily.
Yay.
Mhm.
Are we near the spyglass at the moment?
No, that would be back in the room where he gave the speech.
Oh,
Because
okay,
it is
right.
from the Golden Age piracy, which
Oh, okay,
seems
so
to
it's
be
all
his
the
specialty.
entire. Okay.
Right. The exhibit that is open for 2 weeks is a traveling exhibit about the Golden Age of piracy. And they were just back here because most people are looking at the new exhibit and they wanted to speak to you in quasi-privacy.
All right. Well, in that case, we thank you for your consideration. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just wondering if there was any more information he had that you could pass on now that we've accepted the job.
What information would you like to know? I will tell you
Well-
what I can without giving away too much, because if you appear to have inside information, they come looking at curators and other employees, and I really don't want that kind of heat.
Well, in that case, never mind, because it was going to be specifics about security.
I know that they have about a dozen guards on shift once the doors close, and I know there's a host that controls everything, but other than that, I cannot give away too much more.
That's understandable.
I'll just ask you one thing. Is the item in the case there the real one, or is it a decoy?
I need you to roll con.
Oh boy.
Is there any way I can assist? At all?
It is the one that needs to be stolen, yes.
Oh, okay. So when he puts it that way, I feel like I know what's going on, but that's okay. All right.
I see.
Was the original, as far as I could tell when it was placed on display, it was the original as far as all of my assistants could tell when it was put on display, and it needs to not be there when it was taken off of display.
If we replace it with a decoy, would that be problematic?
Very.
Understood.
Because if it is a decoy when the the exhibit decides to pack up, my assistants will notice. It needs to be gone.
All right.
And you want it returned to you, yes? Whatever we take?
Contact me on the at the comcode assigned to the DNI that I contacted you with earlier, and I will give you further instruction. He looks to each of you individually, giving you each of you a moment to see whether you have any more questions.
I don't
Is
suppose
the
we
man
can
hiding
get
something?
extra
Sorry.
passes to get into the museum, or is it just general admission to the public during the rest of the day?
When we're not doing an opening like today, it is a small admission fee. Anybody can come in, yada yada yada. Just have to pay, entry. As long as you have medium lifestyle, it's covered. If you have low or lower, then you're going to have to pay.
Is it? I'm guessing that having it disappear right now would be bad, seeing as how we're on a guest list and we would be suspects.
It's completely up to you. If you guys want to try to do it with the crowd in there, go for it.
That's a bad move.
Yep. I don't know. I think some legwork first would probably be a good idea. All right. So, yeah, pleasure getting to know you, and I look forward to a prosperous business relationship. We'll, I guess, we'll let you and your friend return to enjoying the party as you were, and we will do the same ourselves.
Yes, I need to return to the festivities, otherwise questions may be asked.
Yes. I think it's time to get a better look at the item.
Let's stagger our re-arrival, though, just so that we're
Well,
not
I'll-
all walking back in as a group after having a clandestine meeting.
Okay. Question, Valkanna, because I'm not familiar with the sheet that you're using from Chummer. Where are the sins listed?
Oh God, you're looking at the PDF path. It should be down in the gear section. Hang on.
Oh,
just
never
hope-
mind. It's attached to the comm link. I see it.
Oh, yeah, I
Roberta
did that
Morse.
with her,
There we
didn't
go.
I? Yeah. Sorry, I forgot sometimes I do that with characters.
Not a problem. I was just trying to find it because I don't
Yeah.
use Chummer.
So during that entire conversation, was he, Mnemosyne was trying to find out if he was hiding something?
Oh, he is hiding lots of things. But that's the general nature of Johnson's. This one in particular is trying to steal from the place that he works. Generally makes him even more cautious and wanting to hide things. He was also seemed to be wanting to tell you things at different points during the conversation, but always stopped himself. Again, probably for the reasons that he told you, that he can't give you too much information about the inner workings of things, otherwise they're going to come looking at him.
So, looking up
Okay,
the
thank you.
artifact, did I learn anything about why it might be important or any history?
So going back into the other room, I'm assuming you guys aren't going to go back all in one big, large group. I will
Yeah,
assume
we'll
competence
figure
on
back in.
that.
Yeah.
I can run
take
major
time-
searches while looking at other pretty paintings elsewhere in the museum.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
and take time to wander around the whole exhibit rather than just head straight to one item and stare at it.
Yep. So as you all meander around and take your time looking at the looking glass in particular, it is sitting inside of, the typical glass security case, pressure, like it's on the old style phone, how they had the two hooks that you'd set the receiver on. It looks like that, except for, that's what the looking glass is setting on. They're probably pressure sensitive, and with your 5 hits and knowledge of security design, you're going to know that yes, they are pressure sensitive hooks. That glass, as soon as it cracks, is going to set off alarms. It's difficult to tell with the felt whether this is a drop one or not. There is security access panels on the backside. You have to lean a little bit, like you're trying to get a good look at things to be able to see the access panel, but there is one back there. Again, this is it is described as a looking glass that was given to a Spanish captain for his extraordinary work in dealing with privateers and whatnot at the time. Only it was stolen from him about 6 months later when his ship was sank by pirates.
Any other signs of security near it? Yeah.
This is a museum, so there are cameras everywhere. I mean, the only place with more
Well-
security cameras that you've ever seen would be a casino.
I was thinking specifically letting us get close to the case.
No, it's up against a wall. Well, close to a wall. There are displays next to it, which makes you know, you're mostly looking from the three sides towards the room. But if you stretch a little bit and lean, you can see the backside. Most people don't care to look at the backside, but yeah. Muse, you can't see anything without projecting because there is glass around it.
Right. Okay.
Is this about looking at backside?
You what?
I was trying not to make a joke, but
Okay. So yeah. Like I said, it was stolen from somebody who was given it as a commendation for dealing with pirates by a pirate. And then it was recovered later and is now on display.
All right. So we've got a little bit.
You
let's
have
see.
2 weeks to deal with this. This was the opening weekend. It will be open for the week and the following weekend, the week and the following weekend, and then on Monday they will be taking down this exhibit.
Right. Okay. So weight sensors, shatter, glass. Shatter detecting glass, I guess.
Yeah, basically. So if you break the glass, it will probably set off something. Whether cutting it will set it off, you might have to do some research to find that out.
Okay. Pressure sensors underneath it, so weight sensitive mount, I guess.
Yeah.
So do we see where they connect to, like if they are attached to like the central arm?
Give me a matrix perception. The alarms are all slaved to the host.
Okay.
While they're checking that out, I'm going to wander the crowd and chat some people up.
All right. You get a good chance to work on your Sparethiel. You do get a little bit awkward in a couple places, and it is very stressful. And if you blushed easily, your ears would probably be red, just because you're having to deal with quite a few people that are visiting from the tier. For some reason, piracy, fascinates a few of them. There are a few local artists who are always talking about, the newer stuff, AR artwork, and the true artists never get their work put into a museum, that type of mentality.
Ah, hipsters.
Right. Well, you're in Seattle, so.
Yes, but the elves are from Portland, so they should be worse at this. And I'm also going to see if I can chat up one of the security guards that's watching the room.
Give me an etiquette roll. You're not directly dealing with the tier, but there's a lot of tier around, so I'm not sure how the social stress works on that one.
It just makes it easier for me to glitch.
Right, I didn't know if it applied when you weren't directly dealing with them, or if it's when they're around, period. Okay, doesn't matter either way. The guard looks at you. Yes.
Hi. This is rather boring. isn't it? I'm so sorry that you have to be here. I should go now.
Yes, you should go now.
Bye.
The guard is human, and he looks like, most orcs would back down from him. But he's in a very fancy, black suit. I mean, he is, very professional. He's just large for a human.
Excellent.
Most of the others are, well-fit humans. There's a couple of orcs. There's an elf, but none of them are quite as physically imposing as this one is.
I immediately get the impression that flirting with him will not have any effect that I would find advantageous.
Probably not while he's at work.
Yeah. Maybe.
Do you need a wing woman?
You guys do see the Johnson going around glad-handing people and talking about the different displays. He does stop a couple times actually at the looking glass and talk about, all of its history, repeating things that are already on the AR displays that people can read, but, well, people like that like to hear themselves talk. You guys are free to stay for the rest of it, or go elsewhere to plan, or time jump, however you wish to do this.
So Ishtar wants to seduce this guy. Right. If you think it's not the worst idea, then yeah, I'll go up to him and be like, sorry about her. She just really likes big men in uniforms. And you're the biggest men in the best uniform here. So, would you mind? Do you have a number that she can call you at or something?
And the Muse will walk over with her.
I'm debating whether that should be a con or an etiquette roll.
Well, seduction is con, right? So
Yeah. Go with con. Let's
Okay.
do a con.
or maybe this is just an assist to like a retry or something. But whatever. Here, there's my con roll. No, I don't want your number. She wants your number. The one who is just... Never mind. You get the idea. Thanks.
Yeah. He flusters just a moment, but stands up straight and he's like, I need to keep working. But as you turn to walk away, a number or an ARO flashes up. With his comlink number.
All right, I'll forward that to Ishtar and say, do with it as you will.
Muse and Nim, you guys are close enough you can do a judge intentions. Or a perception, either one. He's a little bit distracted now. Like, his eyes had been meticulously scanning the room, and they keep going back to one place in particular now.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where Ishtar happens to be standing?
Yeah, it does. Miracle how that happens.
There we go. We're just matchmaking left and right.
Okay.
Good.
So is that all you're going to do here, or are you going to do some more shenanigans?
Yeah, I think I was just going to mostly try and rub elbows with, or brush elbows, whatever the expression is, to just sort of chat with, whoever the high society socialites are here, and try and make connections, actually. But that's sort of unrelated to the job, so I don't know to what extent, like how much time you want to spend on that. So what do you do? Oh yes, I too am an independent contractor.
Well,
Oh yeah, alcohol. Right.
Yeah, there is champagne
I'll just-
freely flowing.
I'll get very drunk.
Actually, yeah, you have the seducer, don't you?
Yep. I'm not gonna roll it. I'll just intentionally fail or whatever, voluntarily fail, and just
Awesome.
I will drink whatever is there, and if they have drugs, I will take them. And if someone particularly attractive is sitting on me, then I will go home with them.
Okay. There may be a little bit of Alec floating around, but whether you run into it will be, up to your discretion, and who you go home with is
Into
also
too much detail.
right.
Yeah.
Right. We can fade to black and skip to Monday morning.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody is waking up, Muse, with a slight headache. Probably used to this by now.
Mm-hmm. I've
But-
just the spell for this.
Right. It's typical.
She's called Boozy Musey for a reason.
And when you have the seducer as a mentor spirit, I'm sure you're used to waking up with the headache every once in a while.
Yep.
So you have 2 weeks starting now. Go.
All right. Well, what do we know about this place? So it's a museum in downtown. Security response will be very high, so we have to try and go as long as we can without tripping it. We have on our team, I guess we have 2 break and entry specialists, a matrix specialist, and a completely useless lump of magic.
Oh, I
So-
thought the last one was me.
No. Well, I mean, maybe you are completely useless. We have yet to see.
You have to roll your resist, by the way.
I think we need to phone the
yeah.
guard. I think we need to phone the guard to see how useless they are.
Yeah. That's, yeah, Ishtar, you should probably follow up on that phone number before he loses interest or gets, lovesick or whatever.
We'll do that once we have a better plan in place.
All right. I figure he might be more useful as a source of information rather than as an accomplice. I don't know to what extent you agree with that, but
I was going to wait until he was good and passed out in the middle of the night, take his badge, and then we hit the place.
oh, that's okay. That's completely different from what I was thinking, but that works as well. That's probably more useful actually than just.
I'm more than happy to just pump him for all the information I can. In the meantime,
Freezing.
Yes.
Very good. It's information, not anything. Well, I guess technically DNA is information. Anyway, so okay. We have plenty of time. We have. We're going to need to get the item out somehow. I don't know to what extent we can. There are countermeasures for the types of security that are on it. Pressure sensor, we can find something that's approximately the same weight, but it'll be hard to match.
I'm thinking easiest way would probably be host it. Yeah. Just
Let's dive.
turn,
Okay.
turn the alarm off.
Well,
GM,
Yes.
Mnemosyne is going to compile a level 6 data sprite.
Go for it. Let me roll that real quick. Okay, you have 4 tasks. And 2 drain, 2 soak. Sorry, Fade, you are
Okay.
correct.
And then I'm going to thread static veil on it.
Go for it.
I believe is
oh
12.
wait, if you're doing this, like once we're done being passed out and stuff, I'm gonna throw increase willpower on you first. That will make
Question:
your
Are sprites considered personas?
yes, they are.
Okay. I can never remember the rules as to what they count as.
There you go.
Just that 10 willpower.
Wait, 10.
No, it's your force 5 too.
It still only gives +4.
Oh, that's also 9.
Yeah, you're at 9 willpower, which is still fantastic.
It just has to. Force 5 means that it can work on your attribute if your attribute is up to 5. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Force, like if your willpower was 3, I could cast it at force 3 and it would still work. But if it's, I couldn't cast it at force 3 on you because your willpower is 5.
Oh, for God's sake. How did that happen?
Oh, well.
No. Oh wait, no, that's not a data sprite that you were compiling. Ignore me. I was reading things silly. So, you resist that like a boss.
I'm not going to try it again.
You're gonna undo and try it again.
Yeah, Control Z.
There you go.
What is this even doing?
Well,
You
at
only need
level
2
2,
successes.
you're limited to 2 successes anyways.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, resist your fade. You're good.
Okay, so it's static veiled. Now we need to decide what we're going to search for.
What are we going to search for? Countermeasures for these kinds of devices. Do you guys have knowledge skills that are... Anyway, yeah.
I have art, engineering, history, law, and parazoology.
Okay. Probably not parazoology. You never know.
I'm guessing lockpicking might give some insight.
Lockpicking, well, it's an active skill, but maybe using it as a knowledge
Yeah.
skill. Yeah.
If GM allows.
Sorry, what skill are you wanting to use for what?
Lockpicking as a knowledge skill to find ways to beat the alarms.
That
The
would
senses.
allow you to know some things, yes. Because there are some lockpicking things involved. Or the potential for lockpicking things involved.
What's the minus?
-2 for using an active skill as a knowledge skill. Oh, well then, you saw, I'm assuming you saw as well as Ishtar did, that there's a panel on the back. It has a physical key in it, that is one of those little round keys that, I don't know if you've seen, they're typically on lockers and small doors or compact. They allow for low profile locks on the internal side. More than likely, that lock just opens it up so that you can access the actual security measures for the actual device. Does that make sense at all?
Kinda.
So your sprite was to go do searches to find us stuff.
Yeah.
I would love
Yeah.
blueprints that included places for my drones to fly through.
Oh, you have drones?
I am a rigger, not a
You're a
beanie
rigger.
specialist.
Oh. Why didn't you?
Okay.
Okay.
So are the
Well, I have a drone that can fit. The other ones have guns, and that would probably not go very well in there.
If
matrix
it did,
search is intuition, right?
Logistics and physical overwatch. Okay, I see. Ah, that's different. Okay, that's much more useful. Okay. Sorry, what were you asking, Sophie?
Just that if matrix search is intuition instead of logic, is that?
Yeah, it is. Do you want me to... Here. Oops, shit.
Does that help, Valkanna?
yes. And as you say, it's probably just to open up the panel to access the actual security.
Right. The lock that was visible is very much just a, well, we'll put this here, that way when people walk by, they don't start dicking with the security. They have to open this up and then dick with the security. And hopefully by picking the lock it would during the day, it's going to give people time to go, hey, what the hell are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a matrix search to find if the blueprints are available for the museum.
Blueprints for the museum. There's lots of floor layouts. Let's see, what rating matrix search?
Whichever is required to find it.
I need to look that up because this isn't going to be public information. Like general floor layout will be everywhere because they want people
Will
to
it be
know how to
actively
do it.
deleted? Actively deleted or hidden, or will it just be not common?
It will not be deleted. It just will be
So-
not common.
So that's probably a 3 then. In half an hour, so
Yeah, probably. You'll have to do some digging, but yeah, you should be able to find it with a 3. You know, probably some contractor left it, you know, available, etc. and so forth. Okay. So with 6 hits on that, you should be able to find it.
okay, there you go. She'll share the blueprints out with the rest of the team.
Hooray.
I will do my own matrix search, trying to learn about Mr. Security Guard.
Oh.
He's surprisingly single. He spends a lot of time at the gym, like at the Seattle Future version of Gold's Gym, doing boxing and weightlifting because he wants the gains, and that's pretty much his life, is the gym and work, and occasionally going out for a drink. But he doesn't do that often because, man, those toxins get into your system, and they ruin the gains. he is a gym bro.
Right.
You know, I
That's
believe
your domain,
that
bro.
in the ancient wisdom of someone long past named Arnold, if you don't have a beer after you go to the gym, you're just a pussy.
And what was his name?
His name is Frank.
Excellent.
And ironically, his last name is Johnson, but he's not a Johnson.
His name is actually Johnson instead of just
Right.
telling people that it's
Right.
Johnson.
It's a good thing we didn't go around asking for Johnson then.
We were told he would contact us, so yep. So as a rigger, let's see, you have a car or a vehicle of some sort that can be used to escape when things go hot, because they will go hot, unless we're very lucky.
I have an SUV with seats for everybody.
Oh, perfect. That's exactly what we need.
Andy.
It comes with built-in high lifestyle amenities.
You're a lifesaver. There's
It's got a
too
mini
many-
bar. It's got stashes of drugs.
Awesome. There are too many riggers that don't realize the importance of having the amenities that a vehicle should have.
I explicitly didn't get a van. I wanted an SUV so that I could not look completely weird driving around everywhere.
Yep.
They just kept talking about my van. It's like it's a car, and then again it's a van, and then it's a car.
So we're gonna get in the rigger's van. It's an SUV. It's a van. it's the rigger's vehicle, therefore it's a van.
Even if it's a motorbike, it's a van.
Is this the Talon?
No, not Talon. It was she was playing Wake, and it was with actually
Alan.
Alan's run, and some, I don't know who was with you.
Nevermore, I think.
Mine is a Talon. It's in the category of car, but it's an SUV. I was very confused because I kept on trying to find it under the trucks.
Oh, right. Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? No, sorry. It's Catalyst.
All right, so you guys are all piled into this fancy SUV.
Well, while they're faffing about, I want to take a look at the building from the outside and have a look at the surrounding area. Basically, checking out the security.
Oh, go for it. I'm trying to remember what all is around. Give me just a moment. Alright, there are a couple of restaurants around the area. There is a library on the opposite corner, in the corner next to it. There's a Starbucks, or sorry, a soy box, because there are soy bucks everywhere. There's a small lecture hall. There's the symphony about a block away. Across the street, you have a couple of restaurants and a hotel. Across the street the other way, you have a small gallery and more restaurants and more bars. There's, whatever the upper scale version of Suffer Shack is nearby. There's another soy box like a block away, rather than just right next door. There's one a block away in case you don't like the one right there.
Also checking out what security's in the area and on building.
Being downtown, every streetlight has a like every intersection streetlight has their 4 cameras set up. Just matter of that's what they have.
Yeah, I'm kind of assuming 7 successes is overkilling.
Oh, yeah.
I'm spotting the hidden cameras up on top of buildings with that.
Okay, with that, you are able to tell they do have a couple of cameras actually for the museum that are built into the architecture that are very difficult to spot. They are looking at the front door and any windows. Not that there are very many windows because they tend to have solid walls. But the front glass doors, they have lots of cameras pointing at them. Again, not quite as many as a casino would have, but as many as you would expect in a museum.
Are there any side doors?
There is an alley that goes behind to the loading docks that would allow you to, get in. And there is an employee smoking entrance, though it doesn't look like, from what you can tell, that it's been used very much. Like, you don't see cigarette butts laying around.
Okay.
I have some things I would like to see if I can buy.
You are free to. I'm trying to look at whether there's other things that might be of interest. Be on the southeast end of the block. The buildings are shorter than where the museum itself is. The museum itself is a fairly tall building. Looks like it's, 7-8 stories tall. The building next to it is only 2 or 3. It's difficult to tell from the pictures I have.
Okay, GM.
Yes.
I would like to use my data sprite that I just compiled to do a search to find out who the spider is in charge of that host.
Alright.
I'm guessing that's going to be a threshold 6.
That is definitely going to be a threshold 6.
And since there's no actual rules written on this, can I assume that the fault sprite's data processing is its intuition? Is that right? No,
Logic.
that's the one
It would
that
be
logic
the-
cuts up.
Sleaze would be the intuition.
I thought you used fault sprite rating for attributes.
That's what I thought too, but it's actually never written down anywhere. So
Okay, well, since it's not written down, fault sprite rating is its attributes unless otherwise specified.
Okay.
Just because that makes it simple.
Yeah. Is it possible to assist it, or does it have to be registered to be able to assist it?
If you wish to assist it, you will also be tied up for the full 6 hours. Or full 12 hours, I guess, because, yeah.
no browse for technomancers.
Okay, then it will just do a 3 search.
You chose to do a threshold 6, right?
Yeah, sure.
So do another roll at -1. How the threshold tests work for matrix search, as far as I know, is they go until they meet the threshold, and however many iterations is how long it takes.
Well, okay, well, I would have it stop after 1 because that's 12 hours.
Okay. He comes back, and after 12 hours,
And it
he's
would
like,
disappear
"Nope."
because that's a remote task. Yeah, and then it would go away because that was a remote task.
Yep. He lets you know, don't know, and vanishes.
Okay.
Tunnels his way back into the resonance realms.
But that's 12 hours in the future, so lots will happen before then.
Yep. Lots of things can happen between now and then.
Hmm.
So I take it we're not going to hit this place right away. We're gonna have some days to plan and get ready and whatnot.
That is completely up to
Yeah.
you guys. I
The
mean, you
area
guys
it's
could run
in-
and gun and nail it tonight.
Nah, the area it's in, I am not booting down the door with a gun in my hand.
I mean, AAA security response, you still have a minute before HTR shows up. That's plenty of time.
So, Martin, you'll be interested to know if you guys think that she should try cracking this house to see what's inside.
Yeah.
You did matrix perceptions while inside, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You saw that all the cameras and sensors were slave to the host. All of the guard equipment was not slave to the host.
Okay. Shame I can't DNI to cameras, but yeah.
She
Is
might
the-
want-
Don't have skin link, so I
She's
can't
saying-
direct connect to cameras.
Would the guards stuff be saved to something else?
Yes.
Did I see what that was?
That would have taken an extra, but yeah, I'm assuming you would have looked around.
If not, then if I don't know, then I can always go back and check.
It would take a specific look to find out where that goes.
Okay.
You just noticed that they were not connected to the host.
Yes, that's fair enough.
Okay. At some point, I'll probably get some of my contacts to go with me to the museum. I think Giselle at least would be interested in it, but I'm not gonna. I don't know if other people want to do stuff in the meantime. If not, then I'll just roll it out and let's go. So Giselle is a Primus student, basically someone at the university who is just always taking courses and acquiring more student debt and just plans to never actually graduate or never actually finish school anyway. So but she knows lots of things. She has lots of knowledge about random stuff and has an interest in many of the same things as Muse. So she will take her out to go to the museum and just show her around and explain stuff. Be like, oh yeah, it was great, and just it's showing a friend around to some is sort of a reasonable excuse to be somewhere that you've already been.
Awesome.
And so, if anyone wants me to check for other things that might have been different on the night of the event, or if there's anything else that someone wants me to look for in particular, or I can just save this idea for later once we have a little bit more solid plan. We'll need to scout out specifics.
At the moment, I can really only think of two plans. Because with the security in the streets surrounding, I am not happy with actually just walking up and breaking in. So there's nick the security guards stuff and get in and hope him signing in the middle of the night doesn't ring any bells. Or cleaning staff. Fake our way in, pretend we're cleaning staff.
Pretend cleaning staff.
But that would probably need some sort of changes to their staff data. But either way, I'm thinking best option is we take out alarms, preferably cameras as well, just in case there's any mess up in there. We're still quiet for a while. Someone would actually have to physically phone the cops, as it were.
Mnemosyne is interested in socially engineering the spider.
So if we can figure out who the spider is, that would be a good start. That might be something we could get out of one of the employees. Just chat with them, and mention IT. Like everyone hates IT usually, sadly, or at least they find IT to be inscrutable. In why can't they just make it work? As if it's that
Yes.
simple. And so, we might be able to just sort of probe in the conversation about how, like what. Sorry, I'm stammering. We might be able to probe in the conversation about just like who their IT is and if they're at least nice or whatever, and get sort of a feel for them that way. If it's sort of a natural thing in the conversation, then it shouldn't be too suspicious.
Well,
I could probably.
That requires either Ishtar meeting up with Frank, or you guys going in and trying to talk to one of the other guards or something.
I think while I'm there with Giselle, I could do it and just be like, just if Nem could like do a Gremlins thing on, like, I don't know if they have these in the Sixth World, but in museums that I've gone to in the past, they had like little devices that you carried around with you that would tell you stuff about the exhibits you were looking at or whatever.
Oh yeah,
like
they
basically
definitely.
digital tour guides. Yeah.
Yeah, they have AR guides if you wish, or they have people that will give you tours, and well, the people giving you tours more than likely are using the AR tour guide to tell them what to tell you.
Yeah. So if we can make one of those glitch out, then that would give us an opportunity to set the occasion to talk about IT. But let's see. Is there anything else I should try while I'm there with Giselle?
The thought. Don't know whether it would work, but to try and find out who IT is, it's just go up and go, you got any jobs? You're hiring. So I do matrix security. So, oh, you've got someone. What's his name? Maybe he needs a hand. And hope that they accidentally sort of drop the name.
I think that's a bad idea. Well, what's the first thing a 2-bit operation would do? It's go and say, "Oh, how's your security?"
Well, I mean, we have an idea for figuring out who their IT is anyway. If that fails, then we can look at other more obvious options, I guess. But is there anything else that we need to know about the place that I should be looking for, or that anyone else wants to be looking for? Like how their drone security is, or what kind of mage contract they might have. I don't know. If there's,
I could probably look up their mage contract.
yeah, I wonder if we could get like a big group of people in there that are sort of accomplices that would not report something if they noticed it, and then they can sort of be around the exhibit and not be saying hey, and sort of crowd out the people who are not associated with us, and let that happen. That means letting a lot of people in on the job, though, which is probably not ideal. Do we want to try and get it during the day or at night? We're sort of laid out with these two options here.
I don't think we know enough to decide.
Okay. What do we
So
need
we may
to
want to
decide that?
how much security there is during the day compared to night.
Okay. Okay.
He told you that they have about a dozen at night on duty, or on site. He didn't talk about during the day. While you were there, You guys had enough perception checks to be able to identify 5 people.
Mm.
Yeah.
Might be another one or two
Yeah,
hit.
that- plus crowds of public having a look.
Right.
Yeah.
And you were there
So
during a
that's,
special event,
yeah.
and there were 5 visible.
Okay, so I'll check for how much security they have during the day when it's not a special event, which may be less or more, because there's fewer VIPs to protect, but there's also it also means that general public has access to it, which is not great. I should be writing this down.
I'm going to go shopping for stealth tags.
Oh, good idea. Did you say that the security in the museum is running their stuff silent, or just the bodyguards of the VIPs that were there?
All of the security was running silent.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
It was more of a let's not let people who are just floating around on the matrix in the area see without actually having to look what we're running. It's not like they're hidden behind, oh my god, super sleaze type thing. It's just,
It's just let's not make them panic with all our hidden weapons and so on.
right.
Yeah. All right.
And Nim, I do recall actually asking about silent icons. There were, their comm links with the subvocal mics, and they were all running smart linked tasers.
Okay.
Smart linked tasers. Okay, so that's not too bad if we do end up tripping some alarms, but
They don't want to use anything more than a taser because, well, priceless artifacts and pieces of artwork everywhere. Aside from our Frank Johnson, most of them looked like they were good sized, but they were not gym bros, and they were probably not, super top of the line security, because super top of the line security typically is not, pretty. And, well, they need to keep some semblance of prettiness about them.
okay. So they're more arm candy type of security guard.
Yeah, they're on the prettier side of security. Their main job more than likely is to dial KE.
Right. Okay.
So when does the museum close in the evening?
Museum closes during the week at 7, on weekends at 9.
This is Monday.
This is Monday, so it will close at 7.
Did we find any in the blueprints? Are there any air ducts or anything like that that I could fit a fly spy into?
You guys have the public, floor plan type stuff. You don't have the...
Oh, we don't
Oh,
have
wait, no,
like
that was looking for the other thing that you didn't get. Okay, yes, you guys do have air ducts and stuff. Yeah, you could probably get a fly spy in a couple of them. It will take you a while to get down there, because the top couple floors of this building are more, research type stuff rather than, displays. Um, where they're doing the cleaning up and restorations and the bureaucratic stuff, and it's the lower few floors that are where the displays are. Getting in from ground floor, not an easy task, aside from the front doors and the loading dock in the back. And the employee entrance that doesn't seem to be used.
Doesn't seem to be used at all.
Well, it's like the employee smoking entrance, and there
Okay.
didn't seem to be cigarette butts laying around. And
Right.
yeah,
We could set up surveillance on the door and see how long it takes for people to go in and out of there, if anybody does. We could also check the loading dock, see if there's any schedule stuff that we could exploit to our advantage as a way to get in.
most definitely can. A lot of that information is probably going to have to be hackered out.
Mm.
So, Nim, how do you feel like host diving?
Make me a wish list, guys.
Didn't she want to try and get this spider on her side first or something?
Yes, that would be ideal. Make a wish list and then we'll see how we go about getting that information. So just write it somewhere or something. What you want to know.
Anybody?
Write it.
Either type over in text chat or make a text box out under the don't panic.
Oh yeah, don't panic. Good idea.
Mm-hmm.
That is chapter 1. Okay, so while you guys are doing that, how are you intending on acquiring the spider or matrix personnel's identification? Are you going to be finding out from the host, or are you going to be trying to do that through more social engineering feats?
Yeah, I think we're going to try the social engineering angle first, and then if that failed, then go for the host dive to get it. But the more we can prevent Mnemosyne from taking a bunch of matrix damage, the better. So, yeah, I was going to go over there. I guess there's not that much else that I can tell from just being there. So I guess I wanted to wait until Mnemosyne's sprite is done so that she can compile a new one to be a machine sprite to help with this con that we're gonna pull.
Okay.
So it would be probably that evening. I'd go with Giselle, probably after dinner, maybe around 6, and just show her around, show her the various exhibits, and at some point, I would ask a machine sprite to Gremlins the automated tour guide.
Can we say that my sprite has finished by now and I've sent it away in a failure?
Yep. You
Okay.
did that towards the beginning of the day. I don't know how much of a morning person you are. Muse was not a morning person today, but that may be mostly due to the inebriations from the night before.
That's it's not really it's more likely to be that than anything else on any given day. So even if she is naturally a morning person, the booze would interfere with that.
Okay, so Nim, if you got up early, the 12 hours would be through. If you slept in, then no, you would not be done.
Hmm.
I do not know your
She was-
character to know whether they would
Yeah.
have been able to
She'd
get up.
probably not have gotten up and would have been laying in from drinking just as much alcohol.
All right, well then, you might want to do this on a different day.
Okay.
Yeah, the next.
We can do it on a different day. Then we can do it on Tuesday. It's not a big deal.
Okay, so Ishtar is calling up Frank, and Frank answers, "Hello, who's this?" I mean, it's almost
hi.
instantaneous. Like he had his comm link nearby.
I'm going to continue being the shy, innocent, naive co-ed that I am. Hi. This is Carrie. We met. My friend gave me your number.
His tone goes from, sharp, serious, what do you want, to, well, hi, how are you? I'm kind of surprised that you've actually called.
Really? I mean, well, anyways, I was wondering if you'd like to maybe get a few drinks or something tonight, or I'm not much of a drinker myself. It's not that good for you. So I don't know, coffee, dinner, something.
Go ahead and roll me a con, and if you have the specialization for seduction, go for it.
And because we have lots of time, and I'll be getting a good night's sleep and a meal, hopefully, I will also edge that.
Okay. Well, he's buying this hook, line, and sinker. I have work all week. I have Wednesday, or I have Thursday off, and then I have to be back in, and then I'll have next Monday off. So,
They make you work all day?
well, I want to make sure I get a good night's sleep in. I don't want to be distracted, and I have things to do after work that I can't. I have responsibilities, and he's a little bit stuttering over himself and flustered. Obviously, he's not used to attention from a Charisma 6 elf.
Oh, I understand completely. Your job's very important, and I don't want to get in the way of you. I guess I could wait. Maybe I was hoping for sooner, but I'm used to not always getting what I want.
I mean, my days off are Monday and Thursday, so if you wanted to go out on Sunday,
Oh, that's
I'd be
wonderful.
late,
Today is Monday.
Well, yeah, today's my day off, but I have to go to work tomorrow, and I try to go to bed early. That way I'm, like I said, sharp. But Wednesday
We could
night,
do lunch.
Wednesday
brunch?
night would work.
Wednesday night?
Yeah, I could do Wednesday. Otherwise it'd be Sunday night, and Sunday night I don't get off till late because they're open a little bit later on the weekends.
I suppose that's fine. I mean, I usually go to the gym on Monday anyways, and I probably shouldn't skip that today.
Oh, which gym do you go to?
Just the one at the university. It's nothing special.
Yeah. I mean, they are running off of public funds, so it is a little bit limited, I guess. He
I'd
actually
like to find a
sounds
nicer
sad
one.
about this.
I'd like to find a nicer one, but I I just haven't had the time, and it's the one that I've been going to, and if I could find a nicer one, I'd like to go there, but
Well, if you're still in school, it might be a little bit pricey, but he gives you the name of the gym that he goes to. Like I said, it's whatever the future version of a Gold's boxing gym.
oh, I haven't heard of that one. I don't know. Do they have the first week free trial?
I don't know. I've had mine on an auto pay since forever I can remember. I don't know whether they have any membership deals going or not.
Can I'm sorry, I just met you and this is awfully forward, but can you bring a guest?
You can almost hear the oh my god, did she really just say this? Excitement in his voice as he's trying to contain it. Well, yeah, actually, now that you mention it, I can bring a guest. He stutters for a moment, trying to figure out when would be best and whatnot, and he's like, well, do you want to meet there tonight? And I can show you around?
Oh, that would be absolutely wonderful, and I promise I won't keep you up too late tonight. Just you can show me around the gym, and then see if we, I don't know, click? Is that what it's? Anyways, yes. What time? I will meet you there.
You get an ARO, sent over with the address and a guest pass attached to it.
Okay. I'll see you there.
Good to hear from you again. I look forward to meeting you and getting to know you.
Click.
Okay, so you now have a gym date set up with Johnson. How do I jump?
Oh God.
Yeah, with body.
I mean, I'm just
agility,
gonna go
and
and
strength 2. You are a whiff.
I go to the treadmill and I walk.
And then you start huffing and puffing.
And I look at the yoga classes, and I go to one or two.
With agility 2, yoga is difficult.
Do you have any ranks in athletics?
Not a one.
I'm picturing you going to one
Oh,
of the
dear.
hand weights and picking it up with both hands. Is this it?
Oh boy. Alright, so you did a matrix search, and they give you the basics of how to gym. So you show up at the time, and he is sitting outside on the curb in, typical tank top and gym shorts, and he has a gym bag sitting next to him, one of those huge duffels. Probably doesn't need anything out of it besides the gloves, because it's a boxing gym, boxing and weights, and but he has to carry the duffel bag because it's part of the persona.
Excellent. I show up in a tank top, ponytail, shorts, and very clean running shoes.
Like, are we talking brand new running shoes?
No, not brand new. I didn't buy them on the way here.
You bought them yesterday.
I bought them 4 years ago, and I've worn them 3 or 4 times.
Okay, well, he is a little bit too distracted to notice that they're, shiny shoes, and He's like, well, let's go, and leads you in, and he's like, you're awful thin, so I take it you haven't been doing weight training very much, right?
Uh, she just blushes, and there's a, I, I don't want to, get bulky.
Oh, I understand. I understand. You know, some women are concerned about keeping their certain shape, and you know, I understand. You know, there's nothing wrong with putting a little bit of muscle mass on, though.
I mean, if you want to teach me, I'd be happy to try to learn, and I do my best flex. I don't think I'll be able to keep up with you, though.
It's not about keeping up with me. It's definitely not keeping up with each other. It's all about you and what you want to do with your life. He seems rather adamant about this. I don't know if you've
There's
ever
just a
dealt
wide-
with gym bros, but
Wide
they,
eye. Oh, that's so wise. Do you teach classes? It's very inspiring.
No, man. I don't. I'm not a people person. I come here to keep myself in shape. That way I can, do my job right. If you have judge intentions, you might want to roll it.
Everyone has strange intentions.
Well, yeah, fair enough. Oh, he's very into you. But he's also more into the gym than into you. And honestly, if he could get a job doing personal training, he most definitely would. But he just doesn't have like the self-confidence to take that step. And
Well, we'll have to get him fired from his job and then get him a new one.
But yeah, as much as he is into Ishtar, he is more into the gym than he is into Ishtar, which is, well, typical.
Upsetting.
Soon as you
My-
are inside, he is a completely different person. Instead of stuttering, he is like on point and knows what needs to be done, and showing you around, helping you figure out what the best routines for you to get started are. I mean, he is very serious about this, and he's pretty good at it.
My intention with this is not to pump him for information, just to get him more into me and make it easier to manipulate him in the future.
Awesome. Well, if you are willing to take 4 boxes of stun damage from the sheer exhaustion you're going to be going through today and not complain about it, yeah, you're on his good side.
That's like half my boxes. But yes, I will complain half-heartedly.
Okay. Once you get to the point that you start getting penalties to your actions from stun damage and the exhaustion, he'll start
Then I
easing
have
up.
0 dice in athletics.
Right. Once you get to that point, he eases up, and you won't get any more. But you're staying at that level of intensity. Once you get to that point. So you're gonna go home with 4 boxes of stun just from the sheer effort that you put into making him happy. You also get to watch that juicy slab of beef sweating in the gym as he's doing his own workout too.
Excellent.
'Kay.
And if I see a moment when he's deeply distracted in the middle of his squats or something, I would like to just drop a stealth tag into his bag.
Oh, that will not be a problem.
Excellent.
Roll me a palming though to make sure nobody else sees it.
Is this before or after I take 4 boxes of stun?
During the process of the day, so before you take a penalty. I'll be nice on that one.
What? Why, thank you.
Critical bit.
Darn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone else sees me going through his bag, or I stumble and like fall into his bag.
We'll find out.
Excellent.
Okay, so after your exhausting evening, that is probably not as fun as you were anticipating, are you going to head home, or are you going to catch up with the other folks, or what?
I am going to set my fly spy to follow him home and catch up with the other people if there's anything that they need me for. I'll do a quick DNI to see if they need me for anything. If not, I am incredibly tired.
Your fly spy is set to follow the stealth tag, correct?
Sure, let's see what happens with that.
Okay. I'm assuming you'll just review all the footage the next day.
I'll be popping in to monitor it over AR every so often.
Oh, okay. Well, it turns out you were slightly distracted. Because your fly spy is following this, this woman that is much larger than most men that you've seen. Granted, she's an orc, so it's expected. You dropped the tag into the wrong bag.
God damn it.
So your fly spy followed, like I said, a fairly beefy, lean orc woman home. However, she is living in rather nice apartments. I mean, you should consider getting an apartment downtown.
Yeah, but I have a nice house with a large garage.
Fair
Apartments
enough.
downtown don't have massive garages that you can store multiple vehicles in.
That is true. But you live downtown, what do you need a vehicle for? You can just walk anywhere you want to go.
I need more than one. I only have one right now, and it's not enough.
Alright, so, you, know where some random orc lady lives. And, you have somebody who likes you. Kind of. Alright, so, that is Tuesday night.
What a date.
Yes. Or, that was Monday night, wasn't it?
Yes, Monday.
Okay, so that was his day off, and he went home to get plenty of sleep for work on Tuesday. And on Tuesday, Muse was going to the museum again with her friend.
Yep.
And
I don't know if you want me
Nem
to-
was going to do things and stuff with the Matrix. And Valkanna, are you going to be doing things and stuff?
Not really much I can do while I'm waiting.
Okay, I didn't know if you had any contacts you wanted to get in touch with, or anything of that nature.
I think I'll be in the soy box just down the road, just in case something bad happens.
Alright. Well, then we will go to the gym, or to the museum. Muse, you are
question.
wandering around. Yes?
How do I've like extended the box of text down the bottom right corner. I don't have to close it. Oh, there we go.
What?
You can like expand the box in the bottom right corner. I didn't realize you could do that.
Oh, okay.
Are we good?
Yes.
Alright, Muse, you are going to the museum with Giselle.
Yep.
Is Giselle in the loop on your Shadowrunny shenanigans?
So Kind of. She's aware that Muse does like a lot of odd jobs for people who might be kind of shady, but she doesn't know a lot of details about it. She called from Ibiza once to ask her to put together like some student musicians to do like a backup instrumentals for this jazz artist that just out of the blue, it's just like, where are you that you need this kind of a favor done? What is going on? She has odd requests that make her life seem very interesting, and seems to have a lot of money to pay for those kinds of favors. So, of course she's wondering about it, but if I told you, I'd have to kill you, kind of thing.
Okay, so she could take this either as work or pleasure.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, Giselle is a student, and there is pirates involved, and pirates are cool, especially when you're in college.
Yep.
And therefore, she
Have
is
to
all
do a
for
lot of
going and
piracy.
seeing, pirate art, and she spends the day with you happily. She's like, yeah, I can blow off that class. It's just econ. I mean, seriously, that professor is so boring.
Econ professors, yeah. I tried to take a course, but I had to drop out of it because I just couldn't stand the professor. I would have written something passive aggressive on my exams. Anyway, so at some point, yeah, I guess Mnemosyne is setting up for this. But we'll take one of their digital tour guides around with us, so that we can have it interfered with, and then go in and bug them about their IT.
Fantastic. So they hand you a little like clip-on bracelet thing that projects the AR in front of you.
Perfect.
It detects where you are in the museum and where what exhibit you're closest to. That way, it can tell you the relevant information as necessary. I mean, it is very, very, very fancy, but very basic.
Okay, very good. It's one of those the wonders of modern technology type of things.
Right. As you're going, Mem, you are going to do stuff and things. What stuff and things are you doing?
Mnemosyne has just compiled a level 6 sprite.
Or wait, did I have increased intuition? Or I guess I would have had to drop probably the increased willpower, since you didn't roll the extra dice for it anyway. And I'll keep sustaining the increased intuition with the sustaining focus.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Do I know how these terminals are connected to any kind of security?
They are slave to the host because they are getting all their information from the host. I think would be the best way. I actually don't know. These have absolutely no security usage. They are just information, so they could probably just pull that information off the raw matrix. So never mind, they're not slave to the host. It is just the devices.
Yep.
Okay.
They should only be slave to the host if they need the host's protection and are not physically accessible to the public.
Yeah, these are very physically accessible to the public, and they really don't care if,
They get hacked.
Yeah, these are, just
Okay,
all they
so-
are is an AR device.
Mnemosyne will request the rigger to drive around with her.
Oh yeah,
I got nothing better to do.
it's best to be mobile.
So she'll get in the
rigger
rigger's van.
All right, so you're in the rigger van.
It's an SUV.
All right. Let's roll me some gremlins.
Okay. The sprite needs marks first, I assume.
No, That's
Are
my
you
tax
breaking my
is
SUV?
max.
Gremlins is just the Gremlins dice, which I think is level times 2, versus the device rating plus firewall.
Mhm.
And if it doesn't have a firewall attribute, I believe it defaults to device rating plus or times 2.
Yes. Do we know what the device rating is of these things?
Give me a matrix perception.
I was doing a matrix perception to find them and get, well, whatever. She can do better
there
herself.
is a whole rack of them, up at the front. That way they can, hand them out as they need to for the people that buy. And with that many hits, you're going to be able to see them all. They are not running silent, and they are all device rating 2.
Okay.
Right. Am I at least able to, with 2 hits, figure out which one I'm wearing and point it out to Mnemosyne on the grid?
Yes, that should be
Or
more
this
than
one,
enough
which
to
part?
identify which one is which. They all have like a little, identification number.
Okay. So there you go.
Good thing that's limited to 3.
Gremlins, I don't believe has a level to it because there's no fade.
It's,
Oh,
yeah, it's
okay.
just limited to the level of the sprite.
Yeah. So you got a crap ton of hits on that.
It critically glitches, crashes, burns out, jolts, uses electric shock or something like that.
Oh god,
Okay.
ow.
Muse, roll me an edge.
Okay. Hey, there you go.
Okay. You hear this hiss and pop and sizzle like something's burning, and you're able to realize what it is in time to shake off the wristband before it burns you.
Jesus. Oh god.
But you can see the plastic starting to melt on the inside just a little bit before it cools and solidifies. Like it might have left a little red mark. It probably wouldn't have damaged you. It just would have hurt like hell.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of pain when it's
Right.
not part of intimate scenario. Okay, so I'm gonna be very surprised and scream, and well, probably not scream really loudly, but like and like, a very make a bit of a commotion, but not so much that I'm making everyone turn their heads, and I'm gonna flag down the nearest security guard or whatever, and be like, oh my, this thing just popped on me or whatever, and presumably be directed to the front desk. I don't know.
Give me an etiquette roll.
Okay.
You're not
Is this-
flagging down security. You're flagging down one of the actual physical people giving a tour. Because
okay.
there aren't very
Okay.
many security guards during the day.
Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense. What would my academic specialization apply here?
I will say, sure, why not? You're in a museum.
Yay. I don't get to use it very often, so. There you go.
With 3 hits and a smoking device in your hand, they come over quickly. Oh my gosh, are you okay? Like, they're ignoring that because they don't want a lawsuit. They want to make sure you're okay.
Right. Oh yeah, I managed to get it off before it burned me, but I'm. What a fright.
Yes, yes. Well, let's get
but
you up front, and we'll get
does
you a
this-
new one. And
Does this happen often?
I've never seen anything like this.
This is really bizarre. What? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to direct the conversation.
They are
Yeah, okay.
escorting you
let's get it-
towards the front, though,
yeah,
to try to get
let's
you
get
a
a
new
new one.
one and probably reimburse you for your day and all that other stuff.
Yay. I'll be like, I don't know. I'm trying to make small talk with whoever's going through this and doing the. They're presumably distracted trying to actually accomplish the paperwork, but you know how I don't know if you've ever worked a public-facing desk job, but people will try to make conversation with you while you're trying to do your work constantly, and it's distracting and it's frustrating. And I'm going to do that to this poor desk job person.
Okay, how are you going
And
about
try to
this?
find.
Are you going to try to fast talk and bullshit them into slipping up and giving you information? Are you going to try to leadership them? Are you going to try to just etiquette so that it slips into conversation? Or how are you doing it?
Yeah, it's. I guess what I'm going for is etiquette to sort of fish for information without. But it is a con. I don't know.
Like I said, depends on how you go about asking. That's why I'm at. That's what I want to
Okay,
know.
so I'll be like, shit. How am I gonna direct it towards that?
If you take the DNI, would then be able to give a
Oh.
leadership.
I'll be like, so this doesn't happen. What do you do when something like this happens? Or do you have protocols in place for this? This is very unnerving. I wouldn't want to. I don't want it to happen again. These are the kinds of things
This has never happened, ma'am. Never. I've never even didn't even know these things could break. I thought they were, sealed. I mean, we hang them on this bar here that charges them, and like the front desk person
Maybe
is
it's a
trying to
battery.
get things
Hey.
sorted out, and they're
Maybe
not
there's-
used to bad things happening. I mean, this is a museum. Things are supposed to run smoothly and quietly, and nobody's supposed to be loud, and nobody's supposed to be upset because everything's good here.
Who does the maintenance on these? Maybe I should give them a piece of my mind.
Okay, give me a second. Oh, they are very distracted, and they rattle off a name that I also didn't make ahead of time because I made a mistake by
Give
not
me a
doing
link.
that. But his name is going to be Jerry.
Jerry. Okay.
Yeah, Jerry Smith. He does all of our Matrix support stuff. He's usually awake at night. What time did you guys go?
He's not around right now.
No, he's on call though. I can get a hold of him. Give me a moment. And she
yeah, sure,
reached
please.
for her comm link unless you were going to stop her.
No, I think this is appropriate, I guess. Like I think it'll be weird if I suddenly go back on it. So even though I pretty much have what I need already, I'll follow this through to the end and just sort of get on the phone with him and be annoyed with him, and then hang up and huff.
Okay, so she dials and she answers, "Yes, Jerry, I know, I'm sorry to call you. Oh, you were awake? Oh, thank God. I don't mean to, be a pain, but can you come in? We have one of these bracelets. It just melted. Like, almost burnt a lady, and this is your stuff, and I don't know what to do with it, and... okay. You're sure? Okay, I'll let you talk to her." And she hands you her comm link.
What do you have to say for yourself?
He is... What do you mean? What happened? She was in a little bit of a A tizzy, which I understand, but melting
Look,
bracelets?
yes, it just started spark. Well, sorry, what did it actually do? It started to heat up while I was wearing it, and it just. So I took it off before, like I thought maybe something was wrong with it, and sure enough, it just like it was like the battery had overloaded or something.
There is a ping as a request for a video feed opens up.
All right, so I won't show myself, but I'll show like a photo of the bracelet that was melted. Assuming I still am able to access it.
Oh yeah,
They haven't put it away
it's
somewhere.
still laying right there on the counter.
I'll show like the presumably the back of it is visibly melted.
Yeah, he's like, what the hell? That shouldn't be very possible. All right, I'll be in just a moment.
Look,
Your day will
it's-
be compensated, and give me 7 minutes. My apartment's not far from work, and I can be there.
Look, all I want to know is if this is going to happen again, because if I'm going to be if my health is at risk from visiting this museum, then I'm going to need to
He
let people know that
quickly-
there's a problem.
He starts
And,
over talking to you, and it's like, no, your health is not at risk. This is a fluke accident that should not have even been possible. I will personally be disassembling that unit to see if I can find out what caused it, and if there is any chance that this could happen to anybody else, I will go out and repair each and every one of them myself.
How do I? But well, okay. I want to pressure him a little bit more, but I think that's probably enough. I don't know. I kind of wanted to like pressure him so much that he just becomes really irritated with me, and
Keep
and,
going then.
well,
Keep
I just-
going then. Blame him more.
Okay. Are you sure that having you personally inspect it would be the best idea, considering that you have personally inspected them before and this happened anyway?
I don't inspect them all individually. These are mass-produced.
Oh,
but
so you don't. Oh, so it's neglecting your duties then, is it?
they're sealed units. They're not supposed to be opened.
They're not supposed to be
They're
opened.
supposed to be disposable. If something goes wrong with them, we throw them away and grab a new one. They've never... I didn't even know they had the capacity to melt through the outside covering.
That's well, clearly they do, and it seems to be a problem with your education if you're not aware of this possibility.
Oh, you just insulted a Decker's ability to... Oh, this is beautiful. In the purest indignant rage you have ever heard come from somebody involving the Matrix, I will be there momentarily. Click.
Okay, I think I'm satisfied with the outcome of that. I'm gonna be like, okay, I'll give me my money back. I'm heading out. I don't trust this guy to be be
Rational.
rational. Well, rational is one of the things, but I don't trust him to protect me from this kind of incident. So, if that's if that's all he can do, then I'm not coming back. And I'll take Giselle with me and be like, don't worry, it's it's fine. We just it's part of the I need to get someone a date.
Okay, so you and Giselle are going to leave?
Yeah, I assume she's had enough time to look at it. We were sort of planning to be going at it for a while before this happened. So
Okay, let's see. Which way are you gonna walk when you leave? Just pick a direction.
Is west an option?
It is an option.
Okay, I'm going west.
I mean, yeah, the roads go sort of kind of diagonals on the northwest
Oh.
and northeast and
Okay.
whatnot, but
Northwest then.
I'll let
Okay.
you know if I see anybody very angrily coming into your direction.
Oh yeah, you were overwatching this, weren't you? Is he gonna recognize me? I wasn't.
Oh,
I was hoping
no,
it was in a video.
you made sure to not point it at you. You specified that before turning on the video function, so I'll let
Mhm.
that go. However, as you are walking northwest, you get about a block and a half away, and across the street there is no mistaking that there is somebody angry and huffing and puffing as they march. They are not walking, they are marching down the street with, that full-on purpose, I am going to throttle somebody.
Right, no?
And
Now's your chance.
they make their way there. Okay, the comlink on that individual, you are able to, get their comm code.
Okay, thank you. Now what do I do with that com code, or just leave it like this?
There's what?
I'm just musing, as it were.
What do you do with it? Well, you probably don't want to use the com
Yeah.
code before you actually meet him.
I'm thinking I want to do a matrix search to see if this guy has like a me feed or a dating website thing.
Yeah. I was thinking you could sort of.
Oh, what rating is this comlink?
Let me double check. It is a device rating 3 comlink.
Oh, okay. And is the firewall also 3?
No. Give me a
Is
matrix
it 5 or
perception.
6?
Okay, as you see him storming in, you're able to get a good digital look at him. He is carrying a rating 3 comlink with a firewall 5.
It's an MCT Blue Defender.
Okay, and there is another, obvious matrix device. Well, actually, it's not obvious. It's running silent. The MCT is not running silent, but the other one is.
Okay, can I matrix perceive his deck?
Well, you can matrix perceive the running silent icon.
It's an RCC that's customized to look like a deck. Sorry, I'm just teasing.
I'm trying to remember what perceive.
Logic,
versus-
no. Is it Logic plus these?
Yeah, Logic plus these. Excuse me. No.
Never mind, you don't see the other device.
Can I keep trying for a negative?
You most definitely can.
Just a -1, isn't it?
Yep, -1 for retry. Okay, you get 3 questions now that you know it exists. Even though I
What
told you.
rating is the deck?
Device rating 3.
Guess the most important, well, he's going to switch the arrays around. Is there anything slaved to this deck?
There is a lot of stuff slaved to this deck. a lot of things.
And what is its firewall?
Its firewall is currently set at 5.
Considering deck diving immediately, but I don't know. I don't think I need to. I think we should go the social engineering route.
Yeah, I think having someone who looks exactly like the person he's about to throttle go in and it might not be the most wise, but if you can catch him on the
Oh,
way
she's
out.
not going in. She's going to see if he's got any like dating stuff and see if she can bump into him
Oh.
somewhere.
Oh, I see. Send him a message on OkCupid.
Yes.
God.
Okay, so there you go. That's a matrix search to look for his personal life, basically.
Okay, Jerry Smith is a very common name.
Okay, this particular Jerry Smith that works as a matrix security specialist.
Okay, by adding the other information in, you are able to...
In Seattle.
Yep, by adding in Matrix Security Specialist Jerry Smith, Seattle, you are able to find, a me feed, my Facebook, whatever they call it in the future, type page. He doesn't seem to have a dating profile, so take that for what it's worth.
Okay.
Maybe he's taken.
Yes, that's no obstacle.
Ruin his job and his love life.
Yes, ruin his life in general.
Yeah.
Does he have any pictures of places he frequents?
It looks like on his feeds he likes the clubs. Like he goes out all the time.
Does he play any Matrix games?
About as much as every other, Decker does. He's not super, like, he's not in top tier guilds or anything, if that makes sense.
Yes. So he's casual.
Yes, he is a very casual player.
And we'll feed this information to Muse only.
Oh, okay. I don't know what to do about that.
We need to come up with a plan of attack.
Oh,
Going through his me feed thing, it seems like every week he is taking pictures with a different group of people.
Okay.
He's a pariah, social chameleon, maybe a pickup artist. Maybe you don't have to do any work. Maybe he'll put the moves on you.
Just to be in the right place.
Yep. And act like you have low self-esteem.
Is there any pattern to when he goes out? Is it like every day?
Not every day, no. Give me a sec to look at my notes. Looks like mostly he goes out on Saturday nights. Occasionally he will go out, on a Friday. He's technically supposed to be on call all the time. So, take
He's
that
not
for what it's
very-
worth.
He's not very responsible with his job.
IT people don't have to be.
He can just do it remotely, I guess.
Most of the time. And they probably don't have to call them very often.
So current plan might be either trying to find him in a club or
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that would be. We could try and plant a stealth tag on him.
Well, I could try to find him in a game until the club nights.
Oh, does he play Matrix games? Sorry, I missed that.
Yes, he's casual, but he plays them.
Oh, he's a casual, a stinking casual. Well, yeah, sure, give it a shot. Whatever you think.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can find which Matrix games he tends to play with a knowledge roll.
Sure.
Also, I'll point out that he's going to be pretty pissed, and if he uses games to relieve stress, then he's going to play one of the ones that are more stress relieving, which presumably Nim would realize is probably a more violent one.
Yes, more violent one.
He plays what is effectively Age of Conan, but whatever the future version is.
Oh,
I don't know if
he has
you've
barbarian
ever
fantasies, does he?
if you've ever played Age of Conan, but it is very
Mhm.
much large muscles, skimpy clothing, and fantasy complex type game.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Does
Which
it use your physical attribute?
Say again?
Does it use your physical attributes to make your character?
I'm sure it's a pay upgrade to just add like +1, but by default it probably uses yours and just really wants to get the money out of you.
That seems pretty likely, yeah.
So, yes, he plays a game. Like I said, he plays it casually. He's not a member of one of the big raiding guilds and whatnot, but he has fun with it, and he also has a meat space social life. At least if his feeds are anything to go by, he's constantly hanging out with people.
Okay, is there any way to know which character he is?
You would have to wait until he logs in, probably, to find that out, or hack his comlink to, get it that way.
Because you're determined to make us hack something, aren't you?
I'm just letting you know that's what you need to do to get that information.
I'm joking. Or am I?
You are a hacker after all. This is in your skill set.
Okay. Yes. I don't know if anyone else wants to do something right now. I'll be thinking.
Do you have his physical address?
Well, we know what he looks like, and he shouldn't be that hard to follow given his mood. So if you wanted to send us a fly spy after him or something, we could probably do that easily.
But his com code is fine.
Yeah, you have his comm code. Nim, are you running silent?
I wasn't, no.
Okay, just curious. So while you guys are all discussing this over DNI, in a more flustered rage than when he went in, like, it seems like the fact that he went in and there was nobody there pissed him off even more. And instead of just, checking the, security cameras like he has access to, he is storming back towards his, the direction that he came from. Anybody who was outside the doors would easily be able to spot him.
So he didn't actually check the device personally like he said he was going to. Ah, he's so bad. Sorry.
It could be in his satchel bag because
Oh, that's true.
he is a Seattle hipster type and has a satchel bag, a man purse.
Yep, and it is bricked, so it wouldn't be transmitting anymore. So we wouldn't be able to tell that way.
All right. Well, how's everybody doing?
It's an Ishtar female.
Okay, so Ishtar, while driving Nim around, is going to jump into another drone and fly it.
I can multitask.
Take your hands off the wheel.
Great guys,
Let the pilot program take control.
Let Jesus take control.
Hey, Nim,
Jesus, take
as
the
you
wheel.
are watching him storm down the street, you watch your driver just sort of kind of slump over.
Oh, I've been slumped over this entire time.
Oh, you've been rigger driving?
Oh,
I think
yeah.
we're both slumped over because Nev wouldn't see that.
Oh, I thought you were running AR.
VR.
Oh,
No,
well,
I even
then
have a
never
cocoon
mind.
in my SUV to hide in.
Okay, I still figured you were manually driving, because... Alright, so,
From needing to do that. Tinted windows and pilot programs.
Absolutely.
alright, so pilot program, Dogbrain takes over, and you are now a buzzy little insect.
Yay!
Not gonna trust this one to, to be following a stealth tag?
No, I'm gonna do it myself. Gonna follow along, and I've made sure that it's running silently, and it doesn't look like a fly spy. If he actually does manage to matrix perceive it.
Couple times he pulls out his comlink, shakes his head, shoves it back in, pulls out his comlink, shakes his head, shoves it back in. Like something keeps pinging him, but he's not sure, or he's too frustrated or not worried about whatever it is. He ends up walking about, let me count, about 2.5 blocks, it looks like, northwest, till he reaches a building that looks like it can have apartments in it as well.
Okay.
One of those that you probably are making decent money if you're living there, but you're not making holy shitloads of money.
All right. And
Are you gonna follow him inside?
that's a terrible idea. So yes.
I like that response. Alright, well, give me some pilot rolls and some stealth rolls.
All right.
And I will let Urban apply to this.
And I get -2 because I said it was running silently, correct?
Yes. You are running silent and rapid.
There's so many modifiers for this stupid thing.
Isn't it a bad?
Modifiers are the worst thing for the Matrix stuff.
Okay, so that is skill, intuition, RCC bonus, VR bonus, knockdown by the running silent, and fly spy is not a rotary wing aircraft, so just 12
Also,
dice for
you
the.
are downtown, which means that there is a shit ton of noise, which I forgot to remind them about.
Yes. Sorry.
All right, how much noise?
We'll call it 2 points of noise.
Okay. I will actively reduce the noise if that is, if I still have enough movement in a turn or enough time in a turn to reduce the noise and then follow.
You're in a flying vehicle. He's on foot. You will easily be able to keep up.
All right. I will do the active noise suppression
Awesome.
ability then. Do you want me to roll for that, just in case I fail it terribly?
Yep.
All right.
If you're not gonna just shift your RCC stats over to noise reduction, then yes.
I have such a crappy RCC, I can't do that to reduce both points and still keep Rapper running.
Ah, okay. Then roll me some Ewar. At least I think it's Ewar.
Yeah, it's Ewar.
Yeah, all those figure actions for EOR plus logic.
Okay. You are able to reduce the noise. So make your pilot and make your stealth check or sneaking check. Okay, and go ahead and roll me your the electronic stealth skill. I forget what it's called. The one that uses your sleaze, since you're running silent.
Sleaze, I don't have that. That's just pure logic, right?
Yup.
Oh, look at that 5! And I'm not comfortable with that level of success.
Alrighty.
I thought you were trying to pre-edge it. No, you just exclamation marked the silent.
Oh, the silent doesn't pre-edge it.
No.
The exclamation only works if you hit the 5. I wanted to post-edge that because it was terrible.
Okie dokie. So, you are following him in. Again, he whips out his comm link, looks at it, hesitates on the stairs, drops his comm link back in his pocket, and continues up to his apartment. He didn't take the elevator because he's on the 2nd floor, or if you're from Britainland, the 1st floor.
Thank you for translating that for me.
Yes, he is not on ground floor, he is on the floor above that.
We have had this disagreement before.
So,
It's a fun discussion.
yes, but not one for now. He, like I said, goes up to his apartment door, and it opens without him having to, insert anything. It's probably got RFID reader, or it registers his comm link or his deck or something, and it just opens when he grabs the handle and he's able to go in.
I am not going to follow him into his room. This is a fly spy. Going to stay
Okey-dokey.
outside.
Are you going to, stay outside and watch his door?
Yes. Watch his door, listen to his door, scan his door, censor the entire door.
Sure.
Okay, give me a second. I need to do some stuff on the back end to figure out how this works. Go ahead and discuss what you're going to be doing in the future. I will be listening.
I would also like to periodically check my my drone for marks.
I would also like to do this.
Okay. Well, none yet, but go ahead and discuss. I will let you know if that changes.
Okay.
How often are you going to check?
Couple times a minute. Following a decker to their place with electronic equipment is always something that is fairly sketchy.
And then we'll check probably half as often as that.
And my usual defense against them is to just, shoot them many times with automatic weapons. But I apparently can't do that right now.
That would be very
Yeah,
difficult.
that would be a little bit inappropriate.
Uncouth?
Uncouth, yeah, that's a good word.
Counterproductive.
Silly. Felted, as some of our esteemed GMs like to put it.
Felted, yeah. Actually, the first thing I want to do is check myself for marks.
Nim, you have no marks on you.
Okay.
What do you mean what's behind door number 1?
Using my FlySpy's sensor suite, and I believe that I definitely don't get to keep all of those. With the RCC and being jumped in, I think I only... RCC bumps it from a limit of 3 to 4, and I don't think being jumped in actually boosts the limit for that, or does it?
Limit for sensors, it boosts all your limits, doesn't it? Oh, all your limits for vehicle tests, not for sensor tests, right?
Yep.
All right.
So, there you go. You have 4 hits. What sensors are on there?
Camera, cyberware, laser microphone, laser rangefinder, MAD, olfactory, omnidirectional microphone, and radio signal scanner.
Well, with 4 hits, you are picking up the smell of a bachelor's apartment. The typical, there's booze, it probably hasn't been vacuumed in about a week. There might be dishes sitting on the counter that haven't been washed.
Okay.
Definite smell of alcohol and possibly other, fun narcotics.
Could I tell what kind of fun narcotics?
Not with 4 hits. It's just general smell of a bachelor pad. I'm describing it in generic terms.
Okay. And the radio signal scanner basically works kind of like a bug scanner to find devices around. I don't know if that will give us any more information. Other than that, I'm just hoping that I can hear something that's happening behind there.
As he goes in, with 4 hits, you can hear a chair, accepting his weight, like a recliner kicking back, that type of thing. He's probably going to be jumping into VR to do either work or pleasure, whichever.
Okay. I'll just keep on piping the data through to the rest of the team.
Okay, what are other people doing?
As soon as it becomes apparent that he's doing something, Nem will find the game that he likes to play and attempt to find him within it.
Can you snoop his comlink or something to figure that out? Or are you going to just crapshoot it?
What is comlink now? Yeah, okay, I'll try getting his comlink first before I try finding him.
Still
Okay.
sustaining that increase in tuition, just for the record.
Not a problem.
How much noise is that?
There is 2 noise in downtown.
So it's 10 plus 6. That's 2 for being jumped in, so 18. Minus 2 for noise, plus 2 for codes going out, so 18d6.
Awesome. And you are going after the comlink, correct?
Yes, the rating 3, firewall 5 comlink.
Fantastic.
First, I would like to cast or thread diffusion of firewall.
Can you tell with Matrix Perception what its like? You can tell with Matrix Perception what its last action was. Would you be able to tell if its last action was to load up a Matrix game or something?
Yeah.
Yes. It is currently not doing anything.
So it's probably the deck that's doing something. Yeah, could I perceive the deck then instead and see what its last Matrix action was?
He is reconfigured.
Oh,
And that was very recently.
That was very recently.
So that's probably work then. He's probably checking out the device.
maybe. Or he's looking into the fly spy now.
One of the two.
I would like to boost the noise around my fly spy then.
Well, I need you to do me a favor.
All right.
I need you to roll willpower plus firewall.
Okay. Scratch that. That is not... That's the wrong character. This character does not have 7 willpower.
Oh, sorry.
That's so much worse. Okay.
Okay, so you have a mark on you, and you just took matrix damage. And because you are jumped in, you also take physical damage.
Excellent.
Is it biofeedback?
Yes.
Is he running biofeedback, the program? Or is it just
Yes,
because...
he is.
Okay.
And I'm
Ooh.
hot simmed anyways.
Yeah, but matrix damage doesn't automatically do... It's physical damage to the drone that gives you physical biofeedback if you're hot zone. But if he's running the biofeedback program, then he can do it even if he's just hacking you.
Yes. He is just throwing a brute force at the fly spy. So he also has a mark on your RCC.
Okay. I would like to instruct, or I would like to turn my fly spy into a massive noise generating machine. And then fly it elsewhere to land it, and so that I can reboot it.
Noise generating machine.
Yes, how are you turning it into a noise generating machine?
There is a EWAR thing. I will try to find
Jam
it.
signals.
Yeah, jam
Oh,
signals.
okay.
You need an attack rating for that.
I do?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's limited by attack.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then.
Maybe if you pre-edge it or something to break the limit of 0. I don't know if the GM is kosher with that.
I'm gonna say you sort of kind of need an attack. You know, that's you have a dash. You need at least a 0.
That's fair.
All right. I will.
Did you want to slave your fly spy to my comlink?
That means that it's not slave to my RCC,
Mm-hmm.
which means that I can't be in it and control it as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Make a decision because he may be doing another one.
I am going to.
Go ahead, sorry.
I will slave it to her comlink and give it the command to go. Basically, land on the stair and reboot.
Okay. He will get one more brute force off before it is able to actually get to a landing position and reboot.
Okay.
So what am I opposing that with?
Willpower plus firewall.
Is my willpower currently 5? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I
So
had
you
dropped
have
the other.
willpower
Sorry.
9, I think.
I didn't expect this to happen.
Oh,
No, I
you
didn't
dropped
have
that one?
Yeah, I can only sustain one of them without a penalty at a time for my focus.
Well then, no, your willpower is 5.
And I will post edge. Try.
Okay. So, you take... you get a mark on you, and take 1 physical damage. Or, you get to soak
I'm
1
not-
physical damage.
I'm not VR'd through my comlink.
Oh, well then... Oh,
Just
you're
the
just
device
AR
we just sent it
controlling?
out.
Were you?
I'm VR'd through my living persona.
Oh. So it's just the biofeedback doesn't affect you, I guess.
Yeah, the biofeedback doesn't affect you. However, he has 2 marks on the fly spy, 1 mark on your comlink, and then the fly spy reboots, and...
I'll also reboot the RCC.
Okay,
And I'll reboot my comlink at the earliest opportunity.
awesome. The fly spy reboots and is waiting instruction.
GTFO.
What are we wanting from this guy specifically?
We were trying to follow him to his hideout or whatever, or to one of his haunts, so that he could pick up Nem, and she could sort of socially engineer him. I don't know what exactly she was planning, but presumably something to make the host dive easier. So I don't know. We might have flown that with making him paranoid about hackers with the fly spy and everything, but
Well, I've got an idea to cover the fly spy, but it means getting physical. Somewhat.
what's the idea?
Basically, Val's fake sim is bounty hunter. She goes up, bangs on the door, looking for someone else. He comes out and goes, no, wrong place. And that'll explain why there was a fly spy buzzing around.
One possible complication from this. He informs someone higher up that this has happened.
But like I said, I'll be flying a sim that says bounty hunter so he can check easy enough.
Okay. Well, we can do that. Do you want me to set you up with?
The other option as well is if he does open the door, I just shoot him in the face.
Oh, no, don't do that.
If you want to shoot him in the face, if you have like a dart gun or something, I have some
No,
great drugs
no
that'll
shooting.
make him forget
no
we
face.
were here.
No shoot face. No.
Just dose him with some lail. We were never here. He never had this problem. It's been a terrible day.
Yeah. I think lacing someone is gonna make them suspicious anyway. If someone wakes up with no memory of the past 8 hours, they're gonna freak out, and I don't know.
So we take him clubbing for 4 hours.
Alright, well, why don't we all take a quick break? We've been running for
that's
just
probably a
over
good idea.
3 hours. I'm sure a couple people need to relieve themselves. let's take a 5-minute break starting now. So when the Skype call gets to 3:17 or 3:18, 3:18. Okie dokie, folks. I think I've seen everybody chatting in the Skype chat, so we are all back.
Yes. Well, I am.
Yeah, mostly. I'm still eating a little bit.
Not a problem. Enjoy your food. Is everybody having fun so far?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting shit done as far as preparing for this. We're going about it in a very roundabout way, but we're slowly making our way towards having the right setup and tools, I think.
We should just get that flying spy away from his door and out.
Yeah,
I think so.
the fly spy
Yes.
is able to get away without getting bricked or marked. The two swats that he sent at you are more of warning shots. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't like being bothered. You would see his deck reboot, and reconfigure, because matrix actions, you can tell what the last action performed was, and reboot and reconfigure were the last ones.
Oh, actually, now that you mention it, Flaming Canine was very adamant to point out that reconfigure is not a matrix action. He was trying to argue that that means that you can't do it in VR, which makes no sense. But
Yeah, okay, well,
it does remind me that it's not something that is a matrix action that would have. Anyway, whatever. Not important.
okay.
You can tell from matrix perceiving anyway, because you can tell what their programs and ratings are. So
You would have seen his programs change, you would have seen his attributes change, and voila.
yeah, there you go.
He has switched to a defensive setup. He has an agent running. Probably the agent's entire job is to continuously perceive for marks and notify him immediately, type thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
That is smart.
that is what it is. That's also how he happened to see the Fly Spy, because the Fly Spy was running silent and wrappered, and the agent goes, "Why are you doing this?"
Yeah.
Which is why me not being silent was a good idea.
That's also why he did not notice Nim. Because if Nim would have been running silent, he probably would have stopped long enough to go, "Why is that person running silent?" And yeah.
Running silent is not always as stealthy as it sounds.
Mhm.
Because someone can ask if a device is running silent, and then it's good for when you're trying to avoid immediate detection, but if it's for a long-term thing, it's quite often not beneficial.
Yep. Which, when he kept checking his comlink, that was his agent sending him a ping going, "Hey, there's a silent image or silent icon following you," and he'd be like, whatever. And then when it continued to follow him all the way to his apartment, he's like, "Oh, maybe I should actually check this."
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
So, what do you guys think about me knocking on doors? A diversion for
No.
Don't bother. He's the more contact we have with him, the more jumpy he's going to get.
I thought we were trying to get him angry.
No.
No, that was just to
That was to
that
get
was to
him
put him
out.
in a. It was to get him out and to get visual on him, and yeah. So
Right.
the
It's just if he's spotted a fly spy following him, he's going to be on edge wondering what's going on.
mhm.
So,
So we don't need to do more.
well, my thought was instead of him potentially telling his employers someone's spying on me, I give him a reason for why he was being spied on.
Right.
That was my thought behind it. But if you guys want me to leave him alone, then I'll sit in the car.
We'll definitely will repeatedly tell you to leave him alone.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, but it's a risk that we don't need to take.
Well, in that case, I'll just do it passively if you want. Sit in my
We
car
do need to.
for a few hours outside with my sin broadcasting. All he has to do is look outside and you can see Bounty Hunter. And
Yes.
hopefully put two and two together.
Bounty Hunter.
I'll
Well,
see when he goes out as well. Like if he goes out, what?
we'll
So we need
see
to know when
when
he's
he
going
goes
to a
out.
club.
Oh yeah. Okay. So you're gonna sit outside in your car. You think that's a good idea? No.
Well, that's another idea I'm bouncing off you guys.
Yeah.
It's never a bad
Seems
idea
alright.
to give him a red herring to follow.
Yeah.
And it's much less of a bad idea than shooting him.
Well, that was a joke. 'Cause-
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially if you have the fly spy return to the vehicle where you're sitting.
hmm
All right. Well, if he doesn't stop it, I'm getting my fly spy out of the building.
No, once he realizes it's leaving, you'll see activity on his comm link after he gets his deck reconfigured to do what he wants it to do, and he goes and he starts playing his game.
You're cutting out.
So is there a way for me to approach him in game, like find out who he is?
Yes. Do you do any gaming on this character?
Yes.
Okay.
She's a big, huge fucking nerd.
She even talks about games to Tripwire.
Okay. So you have Matrix games. What is the chances that Nim would play a Age of Conan type game?
Once she knew, type game? RPG?
Yeah, would she be playing this particular game?
Probably not this particular game, but probably ones like it.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out whether you could, you know how they tend to segregate areas by, ability and level and whatnot.
Yes.
You can just buy an account off of like future eBay.
That is also true. If you want to drop 200 new yen, you can buy a matching level account after you figure out what his level is, to go do your stuff.
Okay, so I don't actually know how mechanically you want me to find out what his level is. I assume that he's got some kind of handle that he always uses or something similar.
Yeah, figuring out who he is won't be difficult. He advertises that on his, social medias because he wants people to come game because, well, he's a decker. Why wouldn't he want people to game?
Mm-hmm.
So once you are in the game, you'll be able to figure out what level he is, yada yada yada, and if you want to, drop 200 new yen to pick up a character that is of equivalent level, and go ahead and roll your Matrix games to see if you can not be a complete noob even though you have, the character level, yada yada yada. Make sure you can play it without being obvious that it's a bot account. Oh yeah, you got this pretty well in the bag. It's fairly obvious that you can handle yourself in the game. Give me some etiquette rolls to, introduce yourself in game.
Okay, yeah. Jward, start trying to compliment him on his play style. I don't know if she tried to give him advice. Probably not. She might ask for advice.
All right, like I said, give me an etiquette roll.
Wow, you sure showed those orcs who's boss.
Sorry, say again.
Wow, you sure showed those orcs who's boss. Hey, how did you do that overhand swing?
Yes. Do I have any boosts? Which one did you boost on me? Is it intuition?
Intuition, yeah.
Okay, so nothing.
I can give you other ones if you ask for them, but
Well, nothing bad happens. He's like, yeah, whatever, it was okay. He's obviously not having a good day. Guess you can guess why.
So yes, you'll try to in game just kind of ask him if he's all right. Whether he seems a bit distracted.
Yeah, just work being a hassle, people complaining about shit that shouldn't even be able to be fucking possible. I swear somebody there's fucking with me, but I can't prove it, and I guess I could get on the cameras and find out what was going on, but it's more hassle than it's worth. I'm gonna have to tear apart some equipment, see if I can figure out how the hell it melted. Thing doesn't even have enough battery to produce this much heat. It just doesn't make sense. Like, he's talking about stuff that if you didn't know what was going on would make absolutely zero sense.
Yeah. But I think now we'll probably start talking about similar situations where things seem to be impossible but have happened anyway in her line of work. She would let loose that she's also in Matrix security.
Oh, who do you work for?
She'll say, I'm a private self-employed consultant. I tend to work with many different places.
Give me a con at a +4. Because what you said is true, but it's only technically true.
What do you mean? It's totally true.
Okay, he still doesn't people well, so he's like, oh, wow, it's not often that I actually find somebody who knows what they're talking about when I talk about matrix security and working for the people that matter rather than these, mom and pop shops and, people who think they're important on the matrix. Fuck. I'm betting they don't even have a host like I have to deal with.
Yeah, most places don't. And if they do, they don't know how to run them.
Ain't that the truth?
But yeah, she was started showing a bit more interest in this device because now she's Matrix identified herself as basically a spider consultant. She'll be trying to get more information to see if she can help him kind of solve the riddle.
It's like, it's a stupid little AR band that, all it does is take GPS and display an AR. I mean, that is all it fucking does. It has a battery that lasts at max 2 hours because we don't want people to take these things home, so hopefully by the time they're done, it's starting to go, warning, battery low, please return to the front desk, and it serves two purposes. People aren't going to steal it because they can't get in to replace the battery, and two, it makes sure that people are in and out of the museum in a 2-hour cycle, roughly, and it makes the people that have to deal with the people in the museum happy. So, it was a good deal for everybody.
Okay, she'll start sounding a bit more interested. Like, yeah, that's really strange. I mean, if you want, I could take a look at it for you.
Well, it's unlikely that you're even in the same corner of the globe as I'm in.
She'll say, well, I'm in the north, well, I guess in the UCAS, in Seattle, in fact, currently at the moment for my job.
There is a long pause because somebody he just met is telling him that they're from where they're from, and people on the internet don't typically do that.
Yeah, she's matrix security. She knows how to protect her ship from crazy people online on the tricks. But yeah, it doesn't have to be in person. She could do it remotely if you want to show a feed or something.
Well, I guess it can't hurt to get a second set of eyes on it, but like I said, it doesn't even make sense. So you get a private message with a comm code that you already know. He's like, give this a call, and whatever security measures you feel like you need to use to protect your identity, whatever. I'm not gonna dig. I don't care. And then he logs out of the game.
Okay. Then we'll also log out of the game and try to find someone that's got a comm link that isn't her own, which has already been hacked by him.
What, you're not just gonna use your living persona to contact him?
No. So is anyone going to lend me a comm link? Or am I going to use a metal link?
I can go buy a new
Don't you have
metal
a
link if I
Caliban?
need.
Oh, you're not going to use your Caliban either? Okay. You can use mine.
He just got a mark on the Caliban.
Oh.
I've got a crappy metal link.
Oh, you can
I've
just
got
reboot
metal.
it. Yeah.
Does that give you a new comm code?
We can go buy a new comm link.
Yeah, but then you won't be able to talk to your gym buddy.
Oh, that's right. We can go buy a new comm link. I'm sure that we can find one somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, how long would it take to buy a new comm link?
You guys are
Hours?
downtown. You could stop at the
Minutes?
Suffer Shack. I mean, literally, it is walk in, grab one off the shelves, buy it.
Availability 2 or something like that. When you get them in vending machines.
Yeah, I mean, they're like going to Walmart and buying the Cricket phones, prepaid phones that you don't have a contract, your name's not attached to anything. It's just a phone.
Yeah. Okay.
You can get
yeah.
one of those,
Okay.
like I said, if you're in downtown in under 2 minutes if you're in a hurry.
Yes. So you'll try to find something like a rating 3, device rating 3 comm link.
Well, if you're
The
wanting
Renraku
something
Sensei.
fancy,
Renraku Sensei comes with a free subscription to the Renraku Grid, so I'd go.
Yeah, there you go. Renraku Sensei.
It's $1,000, but
yeah.
not too big.
Okay,
Will we
Renraku
share these
Sensei.
expenses?
Yeah, I was talking like your Metalink, your Renraku Aguchi, or your Sony Angel, or Transys Arthur. Those are the ones I was talking about are super cheap and easy to acquire.
Okay. How long would it take to get a Renraku Sensei?
I'd have to look at the chart.
Availability is 6.
And costs us 1,000. Can we do a teamwork negotiation? Find one quickly?
It is going to be a day divided by hits, so if you get very many hits on your negotiation...
Okay, screw it. I'm using a metal link.
Okay.
And we'll call him up.
Alright, it's like, so you did decide to call. I was beginning to wonder for a second. He flips on the, AR feed, that way you can see what's around. His apartment is clean-ish. I mean, what you can see from the feed that you're getting. And there is, the museum band laying there on the table, and he's like, he starts pulling it apart, cutting the plastic and whatnot that's useless now, out of the way, and you know, you can see this all. He's making sure that it's set in a place that you can, and you can make hardware checks if you wish to provide insight.
God, my weakness. She'll actually probably make a few noises. I'll see what she gets.
Can we help?
If she is sharing that feed with you, yes.
Yeah, sure. So I can take one of those. Thank you.
You get one of those, and it raises your limit by 1. So your limit is now 8.
Can't even get a.
You provide some basic insight, hardware information that
But
No.
she will. Yeah, I should say. It's actually interesting as well. If you want for some recompense, I could actually look into this for you.
it's like, well, seems to glance at his own AR. It's not displaying on the feed that he's showing you, and he goes, well, yeah, if you're willing to look at this, I have some things on my calendar that I'd rather focus my attention on.
Yeah, then she will discuss whatever kind of fee would be reasonable. Or, yeah. Well, she doesn't know where he is. Does she? Does she know where he is?
He didn't say where he was. He was just surprised that somebody did give, their location.
Okay, so there can't be a different kind of recompense. Okay.
He is like, well, if you can give me like a delivery location, I can drop this in the mail. If you can tell me what happened to it and how it happened and how I can prevent it from ever fucking happening again, I don't know. It depends on what you can give me.
Fair enough.
He seems very unwilling to agree to any set price.
No, she understands this.
I mean, these things cost like 50 new yen a pop, so getting it fixed isn't a huge deal. It's just I want to know
You don't
why.
want it to happen again.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, I did the history.
I mean, you can see the capacitor on this thing. It holds, he starts rattling off numbers about, amperage and how much potential energy it's storing, and how much it takes to actually melt the plastic, and all this other fun stuff.
Mm-hmm. Because resonance is bullshit.
Yes. So, are you going to give him an address that he can ship it to? You can use like a public pickup location if you want. I'm sure there's Boxes R Us
Yeah,
or
some
whatever
kind of
it is.
Dropbox. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, all right. I'll drop it in the mail either later today or tomorrow. I appreciate it. This will open up my schedule. That way I can focus on some other things that are going on.
Uh-huh. Yes, and so she'll be very happy with that, and also comment on hoping to see him further in the game.
Yeah. I don't play that much, but it's a fun distraction once in a while, especially when it's been a bad day.
And Nam will comment on that she likes to actually go for drinks when she's had a bad day.
Amen to that. He seems to be quite in agreement, and he's like, "Well, be safe. I'll catch you later." And ends the call.
Yeah, okay. She'll keep this metal link separate so that she knows that this is the one that he thinks or knows is her.
Awesome. Alright. So you guys still have plenty of time, but in-game, but we are knocking on a quarter till 4 hours, so we need to make some progress.
Yeah. So with this, our goal was to sort of get the spider out of commission so that Nem could sort of have her free reign of the host. What kind of what if we're able to disable the alarms and stuff within there, then it should be easier for example, Valkanna to get in there, excuse me, and just take the item without without alerting people. But we still have the issue of whether we're going to go during the day or the night. If you think it's easier to get past a large number of ordinary bystanders or a small number of trained security personnel.
Well, that's why I was wondering about cleaning staff. If we can get on the list for cleaning staff, I can walk straight through the building and no one's going to blink. The only issue then would be making sure no one's watching while I'm next to the case, which is where we'd need to turn off the alarms and control the cameras.
Right, so that's probably our next step, is to look into the cleaning staff then, if that's what we're going to go with. I like it. It's simple. It works on a lot of runs. It'll get you in. It won't necessarily get you out, but as the longer we can delay alerts, the better. Do we know anything about the museum as far as what its cleaning staff is? Are they all just on the museum's own payroll, or do they go through a different service, a different company?
Without either doing physical observation come close time or digging into the host, you are not aware of that information.
Okay, so are we going to do physical recon, or are you going to go host diving? I feel like host diving is going to put this guy even more on edge. And physical observation is probably not that difficult, so we could definitely do that. Especially since their matrix security is distracted, is getting wasted. He can probably take some sober time and jack in if the host is throwing up alerts, but anything less than that, then he's not going to be watching.
I could camp out in local cafe with a view of the staff entrance, see what sort of cleaning vans, if any, with signs on, turn up. It'll only take a night of watching to see whether or not there is a van with a sign.
Well, you are aware of several restaurants that have line of sight to the museum. Nim, from what you can tell, he typically only goes out on the weekends. He does quasi keep professional appearances on during the week.
Okay.
Even though he's technically on call during the weekends as well, he's Matrix, and Matrix sometimes doesn't care.
I was just wondering if the relief of having someone take this off his hands might mean that he goes out to get, relax a bit.
If you want to, keep an eye on him on the Matrix, see where he goes, you can. It's up to you.
Just see if his icon moves more than 100 meters away from that location, I guess.
Okie dokie. Well, this'll be Tuesday night, because tomorrow Ishtar has a date.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. We've been going into so much detail with this.
So, Valkanna, you're going to be hanging out. I'm looking at the current map. There's Goldfinch Tavern and Japanesa and I don't know what Vital Tea Leaf is, but there's a hotel right around the corner. I mean, there's lots of restaurants and places that you can loiter and not be obvious. Give me an etiquette check just to make sure that you are able to figure out what those places are. And because it would be fun, go ahead and crit glitch for me. Aw. Okay, well, with 3 hits, you are more than able to figure out a good place to stand and or sit and have a cup of coffee or tea, whichever is your preferred, and keep an eye on things as, you know, the museum closes down and you see a generic white cleaning van with one of the local Seattle brand cleaners, and it looks like a bunch of, because stereotypes exist for a reason, Hispanic orcs crawl out and these little old ladies start cleaning. Well, unloading their cleaning supplies and going in the dock entrance. The name of their cleaning service is on the side. It is Spick and Span. Nem, you do not see any movement of his deck or his comlink. He's doing something right now. He's alternating back and forth as to which one's active, but it doesn't seem to be, anything that's really got him worked up as far as you can tell by, superficial watching.
Yeah. Nem's going to get annoyed that he's such a bore, but continue to do whatever.
Nem does know that most people in IT are a bore.
Yes, and it frustrates her.
Hey, wait a minute.
I said most. Alright, so, Valkanna, you know the name of the company, you know, all that other fun jazz. You know when they show up, at least during the week. So, you can do with that information what you wish.
I'm trying to get over the name.
What,
Bunch of bunch of Hispanics and the name's Spick.
Well, it's not not racially toned. However, I should have thought that through before using that name. So, anywho, we're going to brush right on over that.
Yes.
Alright, so date time for Ishtar then. If our Spider-Man is not going to go out and get picked up by Nem.
Alright.
I will make sure to pick up my pretty dress in the morning and definitely not wear it on the date.
Oh, you're not going to
Sounds
wear
like-
armored dress on your date?
I'll pass on that.
Just as an aside, it looks like our target date is Saturday, since that's when the spider is going to be going out drinking, and the security guard is going to that you're currently seducing is going to be on duty, right?
I don't know if he'll be on duty Saturday night or anything like that. But we'll
Yeah,
see.
he has Thursday and Sunday off, right? Was that right?
Right.
He has
Yeah.
Monday and Thursday off, which
Okay.
means that he goes out on Sunday
Okay.
evening and Wednesday evenings, because he
Okay,
doesn't have
got
to
it.
go to bed early.
Right.
He does have a day shift, which is why he has to go to bed early.
Ah.
He's not
So-
an overnight scrub.
We might not be able to get all of the best of access from that, but hopefully we'll be able to get something from him.
Give it a shot. Hey, while you're going on your date, I'm going to spruce you up a little. I can also make you look, well, I don't want to make you look different because you were, but we'll do this at least. There. Your charisma is 6, right? You only get +4 total, regardless.
So
but
10.
I'm casting that at force of 6, so I'm. Okay.
I'm so
Okay.
pretty.
You're gonna shine.
Your skin has that, freshly exfoliated luster to it, and you are ready for your date.
Excellent.
He calls you Wednesday afternoon, fairly early. Probably a little bit too early for, societal norms. It's like, how are you? Thought about where you want to go, yada yada yada, that type of thing.
Right. I will do my best to get him to pick everything. He is the big strong man. He is in control. And I am just so happy to have someone so wonderful paying attention to me.
Well, that is fantastic. Give me a... You've already got him con, so give me an etiquette roll to, push off all the responsibilities onto him and, butter him up, I guess.
Basically, make him act every way that he wants a perfect little elf girl to act.
Right. To react how he subconsciously wants you to.
Oh, that is terrible.
Are you going to edge that?
Sure. That's still pretty bad, but I'll take the 7. I'm sure that'll beat him.
It
And
does.
I'm glad that I etched it.
Okay, so even with my on fire dice, he is, eating out of the palm of your hand as he, tells you, a couple of plans. It's like, well, figure a light day at the gym, and then we'll go clean up, and then we'll go out for supper. How's that sound? And yes, he is asking you to go to the gym on a date.
That sounds wonderful.
Okay, and a light day at the gym for him is still exhausting, but it's not going to give you stun damage. And
He'll let me run on the treadmill and
oh no, they don't
do
have
yoga that
treadmills
involves-
there.
oh god damn it, jump
Yeah.
rope.
They have weighted jump ropes. They have a track around the outside that you can run if you want to, but it's concrete, and it's hell on the knees. You can do boxing, or you can lift weights, or use one of the weight machines.
I would try to get him to teach me how to box.
Okay. He would start you with shadow boxing because he doesn't want you to hurt your delicate little wrists yet, because they're not designed to take that much punishment until they've been beefed up a little. So,
Excellent.
it's good cardio. You'll feel better afterwards. Yada yada yada. At least that's what he says. And then afterwards, it's like, well, you can use the locker rooms here, or you can come by my place and use my shower. It's a lot cleaner than here.
That sounds wonderful. That's so much better. He's so kind and polite and thoughtful.
Okay. Well, now you know where he lives, which is, within walking distance for somebody who's in shape like him. For somebody who's not in shape, it's a little bit farther than is comfortable. I don't know how in shape Ishtar is in terms of that?
Walking is fine. Just don't ask me to run the distance. I'll be fine.
Okay. Well then, it's a good mile, at least, of walking. Probably not a mile. Probably 3/4 of a mile of walking to get to his apartment. It's okay. It's not fantastic. It's, yada yada yada. He is, the perfect gentleman and, lets you use the facilities first. And, there is a spare bedroom for you to use.
Excellent.
He does clean up okay. He's not wearing the, work suit because, well, a black suit and whatnot is a little bit too formal, and he was like, well, let's go back downtown and go find something to eat, which is another 3/4 of a mile walk, which I'm
Okay.
sure your ankles love in heels, and you have a fantastic evening. Is there anything you want to particularly needle him for?
First off, knowing this guy, not wearing heels,
Oh, okay.
especially after he said gym date.
Well, I didn't know if you'd throw the heels in your bag to change into later.
Nah, I'm already 6 feet tall. I don't need to look taller.
Okay.
While he's in the shower, I will just glance around his stuff. I want to try to see if I can find any of his work badges and things of that nature.
Yeah, they are laying on top of his dresser, right inside the bedroom door. Not the spare bedroom, but his bedroom. There's
If he has any comm links around.
There's his badge, his comlink sitting there. His taser is actually hanging on the back side of his bedroom door, so you'd actually have to step in and look around to see it. But when you swing the door open, you would have heard the thump of it, swinging. I mean, he's not hiding anything at all. He is.
Okay.
His security at home is craptastic.
Excellent. I would like to find his work shoes while he's in the shower, because I feel comfortable slipping a stealth tag into his work shoes.
Okay. They are by the front door because, well, that's part of the way he keeps his little apartment clean, is he kicks off his shoes when he comes in.
And I don't know how fast he is at showering, so I'm not going to risk rifling through his comm link.
He is a utilitarian showerer.
Excellent. Yeah, so we can leave, go to dinner. I'll be wonderful and charming.
Okay. Give me another etiquette roll. No, give me a con again, because this one's going to be more, buttering him up type, interacting rather than letting him lead.
The hell? All right, I'll use another edge.
You're not comfortable with that level of successes?
Oh, no, I'm not.
Okay.
And now, just so you can be happy, I'm at 0 edge.
Yes, you are. And you should be happy because right at this point, he's actually talking about you and other things rather than the gym.
Oh, that's lovely. And I'm sure that I'm communicating with everyone else over DNI, letting them know how things are going.
Oh yeah, this is girl dish time.
It's like what's that movie where it's like everyone has like a whole group of people inside their head that represents their different aspects of their personality. The Pixar movie.
Yes,
I forget what it's called.
I know what you're talking about. I can't remember what it's called. Now it's gonna bug me. Curse you.
Get him
Muse.
drunk. Is he in a drinking mood?
Inside
Can
out.
I?
And yes, because he doesn't have work tomorrow. he'll be like, well, yeah, I can have a drink. Maybe two. I have to be careful of what I put into me.
Inside Out is the name of the movie.
Yes.
Of course, that body is such a temple.
Finally, somebody who understands. Like, he actually seems grateful that you understand this. He doesn't understand sarcasm, if you were using sarcasm.
If I was using sarcasm, it was explicitly at a level that was meant to sound sincere.
Okay. Well, he's not even going to attempt to see through the sarcasm.
All right, so I will get him good and drunk, as drunk as I can get him.
You're gonna get him to have 2 drinks, and then he's gonna be like, "Ah, that's enough for me. I'm gonna stick with water from now on."
All right. And
the restaurant they took you to serves a mixture of health foods and real beef and real food. I mean, it isn't a low-class place.
we're gonna eat up half his paycheck here.
Probably close to it. Your high lifestyle will cover it if he wasn't paying. But like I said, he seems to spend a lot of money on stuff like this because, well, he doesn't want that soy crap in his body unless he absolutely has to.
I understand. I hear there's estrogen in that, and that just as adversely affects your gains.
Okay, so he is, again, eating out of the palm of your hand and likes you. So, anything in particular you need from him?
Leading the conversation through his work, I'm just curious about how he enjoys his work, how many people that he has to deal with every day, if he was there special for the event that I met him at. Oh, that was so nice. How the security is normally around there. Was there more or less?
Alright, give me one more etiquette roll to pull that information out of him. And have you had anything to drink, or are you getting ditzy?
I have probably been matching him drink for drink, but it's 2, and I'm used to drinking.
Okay. It actually shouldn't have been -1 actually factored in. It was just -1 die. So 3 hits. He talks about how, there's a couple dozen of them on a rotation. Not everybody's working full time. He's one of the few full timers. There's a dozen people on duty at night. Poor sobs get stuck with shit hours. He went through it. He, worked his way through the, put in his time, as it were, to get himself onto first shift. And first shift is a whole lot easier because you don't have to worry about just passing out. Always people coming up and asking you questions. Usually somebody ends up touching the glass and you have to go and tell them not to. It's not hard, but it's at least a good paycheck. And being downtown, there's no actual security concerns. I mean, nobody's dumb enough to rob the museum when Kay's right around the corner and stuff like that.
Has anybody tried to rob this place before? That sounds like it would be exciting and scary.
No.
What would happen if someone tried to rob the place?
He's like, within an instant, there would be a, K spirit outside, and within a couple instants after that, we'd hear the sirens of the patrol car that's probably nearby, and then about a minute after that, if things were really serious, we'd hear the big vehicles rolling in.
But you guys handle most of the stuff yourselves. I'm sure
Okay.
people touch the glass all the time.
Oh,
I mean-
people are always touching the glass, and we always have to, tell them please don't do that, because if you continue to do that, we have to notify KE, because the host is setting up a flag, and we have to tell the flag to go down, and if it doesn't go down in a certain period of time, then KE shows up with a patrol car, and it's a really big hassle, so we really try to keep people from touching the glass or getting too close to things.
Bringing down that flag, is that a lot of bureaucracy you have to go through, or you can just punch that into your comm code?
We all have an individualized code that's changes on a regular basis. He is really bad at the security thing when he's not at work.
OPSEC.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Does anybody else have any questions that I should pump him forth throughout the rest of the night?
Oh, and just so you know, he is working on trying to be the security supervisor in the near future. The current one is looking at trying to move up and move into a desk job, and he wants to be, the daytime supervisor for security.
Oh, what's his boss's name? Maybe we can make things look bad for that person.
Hey.
No.
Don't make promises like that.
If you want it, he will give it to you. Just so you're aware, it's not going to do you much good.
Alright.
That would also take us quite a ways off track.
Alright, does anybody have any other questions that they would like me to get answered?
I'm trying to think how you'd fit it into a conversation. Whether the night shift guards sort of patrol around lots or in static positions.
You can ask him why he didn't like night.
Why didn't you like the night shift? I think it would be so nice in the museum, all alone, nobody else around. I would love to go into the museum in the middle of the night and have nobody bother me, and I could just spend so long just looking at all the exhibits with no distractions.
Yeah, that would be nice. We have AR feeds telling us our patrol routes, and they change based off of what the three folks still in the security room itself tell us to do. And granted, when you're in the security room, you get to change other people's patrol routes, and it's sort of kind of fun. He gets a bit of a chuckle. You can make people walk in circles for a little bit before they call in and be like, "Hey, quit being a dumbass." And as long as there's procedures in place to make sure that everything gets covered. But yeah, you're just walking around looking at the same shit over and over and over and over, and nobody's gonna mess with it. I mean, seriously, it's fucking downtown Seattle. Even those terrorists they're talking about on the news aren't dumb enough to do shit down here.
Well,
Yeah, I know, right?
fuck that. Yeah.
So they can just tell you what to do, where to go, and you just have to do it?
Well, kind of. I mean, they get to make tweaks and suggestions based off of what they're seeing on the camera feeds, but I mean, really, all in all, it's most of the time it's the same routes over and over and over, and you walk past each other a lot, and I mean, yeah.
I suppose it would be fun maybe just once, but I can see how it might get boring after a while.
Yeah, especially when you do it for, a couple of weeks on end, and, when they bring in a new exhibit, it's sort of kind of cool. You get to see new stuff, but you don't get to really stop long enough to read the displays and find out much information about it, so, I don't know. It's okay, but I'm definitely glad to be in day shift. Don't have the patrol routes. Those things are dumb.
It does sound dumb.
Must be pretty safe inside that security room, at least.
Yes, tell me more about being inside the security room and changing people's routes. That sounds amusing. Can you make them do things other than walk in circles? Have you ever tried to make anybody run into each other?
Oh no! I mean, they
Perhaps
still have
little
motor
control
control. I mean,
cars?
it's not like you can do bumper cars or nothing, but you know, you can make somebody just walk around the same room a couple times before getting to move on. I mean, it's not like they're spinning in a circle. It's just they instead of getting to make a circuit around the building, they get stuck in one display area for a little bit, and then they move on. And it's one of those things that you do to the new people a couple of times before they catch on, and then it gets old quick, just like everything on second shift.
I have a suggestion. Next time you get to do that, you should really try to get one of the new guys to go into the bathroom and just try to time him coming out for when someone walks past and see if you can smack them in the face with the door. That would be hilarious.
Yes. See, I was thinking it would be so funny trying to time people turning the corner at the same time.
Well, the thing is they all have AR feeds that tell each other where everybody's at. That's part of security. I mean, yeah, it'd be funny, but they'd see each other coming before they even got around the corner.
Oh, that would be horrible if they also ran into some of the cleaning staff or something like that.
Cleaning staff, when they come in, they have the badges that give them the same AR tags. God, this guy is really bad at OPSEC. Like, really fucking bad.
Does anybody else want to know anything else? Anything?
I'm thinking about other things, not specifically that I want to ask him, but is the glass tinted from the inside? Is it tinted towards the outside in the museum? If I assume it has windows, maybe it doesn't because sunlight can be damaging to artwork.
The front, entry lobby area, there is, the glass doors and windows that you can see through into the front lobby. But once you get past that, there are not any windows. Again, like you said, it can be damaging, and so they have very controlled lights that won't damage any of the paintings or sensitive artifacts.
Okay. I don't know. You could probably probe him a little bit more about the cleaning staff, but depending, however, we can probably find out everything that we need to know just from watching them. So I think, aside
if you want to go for the cleaning staff information, you can.
I mean, aside from getting his security code, I don't think there's a lot else that we can do with him. Information that he's gonna have. The only other thing I was interested in is the security control room. What kind of security measures are on that in case we want to try and disable those people. But maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe, well, whatever.
Yeah, I'll just ask him more about, does he get to go spend a lot of time in the room? Because I'm just fascinated by this idea of, trying to get people to run into each other now. How often does he get in there? Is it, a real pain in the ass? If he saw one of his buddies, could he just, slip in and screw with him? Or is it probably, locked down on a timer?
Well, it's like everything in there. It's either on a time lock or mag locks with RFID readers. I mean, the outside ones are timers, but all the internal doors are RFIDs, I'm pretty sure. I mean, hell, you'd have to talk to Jerry Smith about that. I mean, you didn't hear that. He actually catches himself on that one. He's like, no, you didn't hear that. Never mind. You'd have to talk to somebody else, not me. I don't know anything about that, details.
Right. Sounds like you've got him.
Why would I want
just-
to talk to anybody else but you?
Yeah. Just be like, oh no, I understand. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry too much into your NDA.
Nope, not gonna say anything. Just gonna let it
Okay.
pass over.
All right. So,
Okay, unless you have anything else, you guys have a fantastic evening, and it ends however you wish for it to end.
All right. So in the morning, I call for my van to come pick me up because I'm not walking there.
Okay,
And
you're,
if he's adequately asleep and/or distracted in the middle of the night, I would like to possibly rifle through his comm link.
okay, he is a fairly sound sleeper. Give me a sneaking check.
Is this urban sneaking?
Well, you're inside of his apartment, so I would say, yeah, sure.
Do I get any bonuses for him being asleep?
No, he just gets penalties to his perception.
God damn it!
Are you comfortable with that level of successes?
Well, I have no edge, so no, I'm not.
can I lucky duck this? No, probably not.
Nope. Fortunately for you, he's asleep, which is, I'm going to say, a minus 10 dice penalty to his perception.
I'm taking a selfie in his bathroom.
Ah, there you go. Good cover up. Oh my
This
god.
is comm link.
Hey, you're not sneaking out on me, are you?
No, just making sure you have a good picture next to my name.
Well, roll my con. Roll your con. Okay, well, get back over here. He waits until you get close, and then he's sawing logs again.
God damn it. Well, I attempted that once. Should I attempt it one more time? Or just let the Decker find information if she can?
That's up to you guys.
Okay. Am I going comlink diving?
Okay, go comlink diving.
Okay, how much noise?
You're a little bit less noise here. It's only one noise.
Okay.
Can you mute the alerts, Ishtar? At least mute the alerts on his comlink. Or is them going after the spider's comlink?
I'm going after the security guards comlink. Okay.
Okay. Then yeah. If Ishtar can turn off the alerts so it doesn't make noises if anything goes wrong. That would be good.
All right. I will try to sneakily do stuff with his comlink again.
Do you have
I mean, like
any...
as you're taking a selfie with it. That's what I meant.
Yeah. Also, while you're looking at it, you can tell our advance that it is a Zhao Technologies XT2G.
I will relay that. And can I put it on mute?
Oh yeah,
Well,
that takes absolutely no effort to throw it on mute before you set it back on the dresser.
All right. I'll put it on mute and just crawl back into bed.
Okay. Nim, you have a rating 2 comlink.
unattended. This might be overkill, but we
Okay.
spend enough edge already.
You have a mark.
So can I see what's in the comlink? Like files and things?
Yes, with
Would you like to perceive
one
again?
with one hit, you can definitely see what is on the comlink.
Okay, are there any security codes on the comlink? Or files that look like they might be security codes?
He gets a message on a weekly basis with a new 5-digit number. With
Which day of the week?
he gets it on Monday.
Okay. Is it encrypted?
It's like on his normal messages that he receives, like a text message type thing.
Okay, so I can just actually copy the code?
Yeah, I mean, well, technically you would have to hack it because I guess he would have, like the camera and regular phone functions separate from his work text and whatnot. So yeah, you'll have to actually hack it. So perform an edit file, or you'll have to de-encrypt first and then edit file.
Or just thread editor? What's the rating of the protection?
Protection rating 3.
Okay, so level 3 editor.
Sounds good.
I don't have any logic boosters, do I, at the moment?
No, I don't have that spell yet.
Bleh.
Well, it's only 5 stun.
Because it resists with rating.
Boom. Resist with data processing plus intuition.
Replacing device rating with intuition, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so nothing. I'm going to try again.
Okay. You take 2 stun and you crack it open. You have access to his work messages, which again.
And I will copy them.
Yep. It seems like he doesn't delete them. Not that really matters, because his work messages are pretty much, here's a shift change if they happen. Here's a new person that's going to be on your shift. They were on second shift. This person's leaving, and here's your weekly code, and that code is unique to you.
So, if possible, she'll drop any relevant messages onto her comlink.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to use one action per file, or one action can just do the whole thing.
You can bring the file of messages, just for simplicity's sake. Otherwise, it's just a time sink, and this is just a rating 2 comlink.
Yeah, okay. Then she's dumping all of the messages to her comlink and sending them out to whoever's interested.
I mean, you can check your Overwatch score enough that, you can make sure that you don't get, that word.
Conversion.
Yes, converged. You won't get converged on because, well, you're not an incompetent Matrix person.
Okay, so we'll get relevant parts, yeah, and then reboot my living persona, I guess.
Awesome sauce. So you
Not that I
have
actually did anything, yes I did. I hacked the file.
you have his code that he uses to put a stand down on any alerts that, you know, the automated systems would throw. And just as a note, this is his personal one, which means that if you use these, you're screwing him. And not in the fun way.
Poor guy. Ishtar is basically using a fake ID with him and everything, right?
Yes. I'm using my fake SIN.
Okay.
You may have to burn it if you're ever discovered.
It's possible, yeah. I mean, I would prefer that we didn't have to use this, but it's a plan B of, oh shit,
Yeah.
there's code. Stop.
Good call. We could probably get them from his boss, actually, if you want to be nice to this guy, since he's been such a great help.
He's been so helpful.
You get his boss's comm code, like he's trying to move into that position. But then again, if his boss gets fired over it, then he's going to get that position. If his boss just fails to get a promotion over it, then that's going to.
Oh, so we take the comm code from the boss, and then we also make sure that there's like a payment of like 500 new yen that goes into his boss's account around the same time.
There you go. That's improving your relations with this guy, maybe. But then again, that might seem suspicious since he told you that he was gunning for that promotion and then suddenly his boss gets fired.
Anyways, moving on.
Alright, so we are now on Thursday morning.
Okay. Oh, we were also staking out, like, while she was having that date, we were staking out looking for the cleaning people, right?
Valkanna already got all that information.
Yep. Oh, okay. Sorry, I must have missed it.
Yep. It is Spick and Span Cleaning Crew. It's a bunch of mostly orc ladies. There are, a couple of other metatypes and races or types of people involved, but mostly little old orc ladies.
Okay.
Well, unfortunately, stereotypes sometimes do exist for a reason.
Well, the stereotypes are a self-fulfilling prophecy, I think is how it goes. But
there was one younger man. He was probably there to run the buffer machine because those things are heavy duty. But other than that, it was just cleaning ladies.
Okay. Well, I can make you look like one of those with a little bit of it.
Hello?
Hey.
Hmm?
Did we just lose Claire?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Okay, Muse, can you hear me? Nope, Muse disconnected. Okay, so, Valkanna, I believe Muse was offering to make you look like one of the cleaning ladies if you wanted.
I'm thinking orc disguise might be a bit hard to pull off.
I don't think she means disguise.
Like I said, they're not only orcs, it's just the majority of them are.
Yeah. Disguise isn't that big an issue. Doing it twice is what matters. You need to do it to get some picture of me on the ID and then do it again on the night I go in. That's why I was wondering about actually getting one of those faces things, the synthetic
Sense,
face mask. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then we kidnap a cleaning person.
No, just the host shouldn't be that hard. Just get in there and suddenly I've got a job with them and I'm on the shift that does the museum.
So Claire's just had a power cut.
Oh,
That's rough. Well, how would you like to proceed? The people who remain without your magical support and hope that they show back up, or take a few minute break and see whether power restores.
Yeah, should we take a 5-minute break?
yeah, I'm okay with a break.
Alrighty then, we're going to take a quick break and see if we can get power issues sorted out, and we'll be back shortly.